Broomstones College Curling. We're on the final day, Evan.
We are indeed, thank goodness.
I am Kelsey. I am the voice of Broomstones College Curling. Wow. And along with Evan Mulaney.
Welcome to our 7:45 draw. Going across the sheets. On sheet 1, we have Notre Dame 2 and Hamilton 1. Notre Dame 2 is currently up 2-1 in the fourth end. And Notre Dame does have the hammer. And on sheet 4, we have MIT 2. They're currently down 5-0 against Penn State University. And MIT does have the hammer. And these two games do have playoff implications, as these are our B event semifinals. And on our two future sheets, on sheets 2 and 3, we have Bowdoin 2 playing Colgate. Bowdoin 2 is currently leading 2-1, and Yale is currently leading 3-1. And these are our F and E events respectively. And all four of these teams lost out in the A event quarterfinals yesterday.
Good teams out there. You may hear noted Broomstones commentator Alexander W. Dr. Alexander W. Hull. He's watching his beloved MIT 2 take on Penn State on sheet 4. You may hear his comments. Again, MIT 2 down 5. Yet to go on the scoreboard. However,
number one in my heart, though.
You're definitely being picked up, and I'll play that for Declan. He'll be happy to hear it. Skip Declan Galo, of course. Skip Declan Galo's sister, Emma, on sheet 2 for Bowdoin 2. I believe she is...
For Colgate.
Yep, that one. On sheet 2, though.
You are correct. You got half the information right there.
What a numbers.
As we see the Bowdoin Stone coming into the house, they were attempting that come-around draw, top 8, top 4, and it will just slip all the way through.
I think it might stop up. There she goes. It's fine.
And we do want to take a quick second to give a brief shout-out to our fantastic ice crew who are here at the crack of dawn this morning, getting our ice ready for our 2 draws this morning. Stay on sheet 2 here. This has been a very, very tight game so far this morning in the 3 ends of play we've had.
Yeah. At this point, a lot of the teams have been, through the bracket. This is where you really start to see really good competitions, really equally matched teams. And we see from sheet 3, Villanova's rack just being a little narrow, running into some guards, and that was the hammer. So it looks like on sheet 3 we have Yale with a steal of 1.
Once again, if you've been following along all weekend, you will of course remember that our ice is very swingy right now, and we've actually seen a lot of stones kind of crash on those center guards as come-arounds are being made.
If you're new to Vicing, which a lot of Vices in the house for this tournament are, it's definitely interesting to read live for the first time. You don't really know what to expect.
This is a really interesting call for Bowdoin. It looked like they were gesturing for that corner guard.
They're trying to draw in, yeah.
I would hope so.
I think they are.
I would hope so. There's
They are.
certainly enough room through that port. Nope, and they are. Yep, and they are coming that draw around. And like I was saying, this has been a very competitive game so far in sheet 2. There have been some great shots and some really close misses.
And that was pretty zesty. It looks like it's also destined for that guard up at the top.
Very careful. There is a Bowdoin Stone in the back 12-foot that could crash on, and it will come up to the nose.
You'd almost like to...
And that Bowdoin skip should be on that yellow, trying to sweep it through the back of the house. And Bowdoin will still hang on for shot stone. Now, Colgate is really in the driver's seat in the sense so far. They've got their guards up. All they need is a couple good come-arounds. And their 2 is pretty good and secure. I would
Emma Galo wants.
I would prefer to see them come with that intern, so coming from
The opposite of this.
the opposite of this turn, coming from the sheet 3 side.
Same.
Especially considering Bowden just showed them the line for this shot about 2 rocks ago.
Yeah. I actually like trying to wiggle in between those reds.
What's a little bit harder about this shot is you do have what we call a negative port, meaning the stone on the outside of the curl is a little bit higher than the stone that's the rock's curling into.
This again, that's what stops me and see if we can get it.
And here's a great example of that curl. It's going to clear that second red guard by about 4 or 5 inches.
Never get another one in the rod, in the rings. Yeah, only for third rock.
Now Bowden really has a choice to make. Do they keep on the offensive, which in my opinion they absolutely should? It looks like that's what they are indeed trying.
What's hurting Colgate is that bone rock at the back that's counting would be fairly hard to remove. You could probably come in with a low weight takeout, like probably half
Yeah, the problem with
maybe. Not sure that line's there.
the problem with that though is even if you get that, Bowden just comes right down and puts one top 8 and makes that rock essentially useless.
It's very nice having the last rock.
It is.
Very nice.
This was a great attempt, but again, just that curl and that kind of lack of early sweeping just did not allow it to kind of stay on that line and you could round that guard.
You have to anticipate the curl and on this ice. It will.
It will indeed. Well, that's not something a lot of college players are used to, as a lot of our ice in the local area clubs tend to run pretty straight.
Yeah, definitely getting better though around the region as the technology develops. More people in there for more money get into the sport. I know Schenectady recently put in a newer ice system.
We did 2 years ago.
A welcome
edition.
change.
And we do have an update for you guys on Sheet 4 in the B event semifinal between MIT2 and Pennsylvania State University. PSU stole another point in the 4th end and now leads 6-0.
Although we did see this MIT2 team make a dramatic comeback after being down 7 yesterday.
Much to the chagrin of our ice crew.
And of course our dear friends at Harvard too.
Yes.
A really, really great game. MIT really rallied in, let's see, they were 1-8. I think they took 4, stole 2, stole 3.
Yep.
And then went to an extra.
Yes.
And then stole
Another.
the last one.
Now I think Bowden here is attempting that tap again.
As you know, a volunteer coach for MIT, I did tell Declan at the beginning of this to just, and the rest of the team, to just play like they were in the 6th through 9th ends yesterday, and didn't take my advice so far, but I'm sure it'll kick in soon.
And now Bowden was able to tap one of their guards in for a 3rd shot. And now the problem for Colgate is there's almost no path to the forefoot right now, and that out turn again, that counterclockwise turn on that side of the sheet has been curling a lot. There almost is no room to get into that forefoot.
You don't need a ton. You don't need to get too much into the rings to be counting
I would still
first rock, but
think they definitely got to clear out that center.
as we move to skip stones, no easy shot.
I think that red rock right on the center line there, the house as you see it in the overhead. You get that center line side with a good takeout, you might be able to spill one of your yellow in that little pile over there into the house as well, and leave yourself a shot in your last. It's one thing for all the new skips out there if you're tuning in with us this morning. When you go to skip, you want to make sure you leave yourself 2 shots to score your points. She bop over to sheet 3 with a great run back and stick. from RJ. And Yale is currently leading that game 4-1. And that's going to put Villanova, too, who, three-person team with two of their members, this being, I think, their maybe third time on the ice total.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah?
I think I heard about that.
Yeah.
But experienced skip in the house.
Yes.
But yes, this Yale team, very experienced. I believe we have newcomer Zach, who's actually up here, almost as unofficial fourth commentator yesterday. Very fun getting to know him as the lead. I think we have third, second, perhaps 302,
Oh, and Colgate with that tap attempt on that Yellowstone just lost it on the sweeping there.
Leaders out there throwing vice. So we will have RJ from Yale, who has Nancy Peter, second or third year curler. RJ, who at least a second year curler, originally curled a couple of years ago for UPenn, now switched loyalties among the Ivies, and then we have John in the house for Yale.
And we will see RJ's old school, University of Pennsylvania, in the A event finals right here on Sheet 2 in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Against, of course,
The hometown
home
crown.
team.
Yes, Harvard won.
Should be a great match, and I actually remember, I believe Jack Portis has before beaten Sophie the Skip
Grudge match.
at the Yale Super Spiel in pool play last year, so
Little grudge match going on.
Sophie not someone who's lost in the college curling games, but Jack does have one win against her, so see if we can repeat history.
And I believe that actually would be the first, would that be the first or second time Harvard has won this spiel?
I'd have to look at the trophy. Let's see, there have been 10 winners.
Yes, they have.
Of course.
Yes, 2019 RPI.
I know.
UPenn, we snapped a 4-year UPenn winning streak.
There were 4 years of Penn, U for 5, MIT's won 3 times, Merrimack has won once.
And that brings us up to 9.
And then someone would be surprised if the other one was Harvard. We can check and fill you in.
We will.
Before the last draw.
For some Broomstones College curling trivia. Alright, and Colgate remains to be facing one boat encounter, still in that back 12 foot from second stones. However, there is a nice path going right down, get buried behind some of those guards. We'll see what they can attempt here. And now for Colgate, this is a very difficult shot. I would argue it's the shot they're calling right now isn't there. The outturn coming through that port again. I would argue it's not there.
I agree with that. The amount of weight I think you have to throw to get through that port would get you out of the race.
I would agree.
It's a yellow back there, which would make you shot, but that's also not something you want to be having to worry about. And of course, Emma Galo, whether she sees that as an option or not. And of course, out of hand for the skip, whether you'd actually be throwing the amount of weight to get through that port. I foresee this.
I foresee this
not
crashing
getting past
on
the red.
I foresee it crashing on the yellow. Oh, of course, this is quite heavy as we see it rock come down the sheet.
Which again, you need to be. I don't think they'll get the. Again, she is curling.
And again, with that weight to get
Oh my
through that
gosh.
port, they just barely get
You
by.
have to be honest.
But again, that weight will just carry it straight through the house.
Yeah, really wanted to sweep that. Hopefully, use that yellow at the back. Try to find a way in for 2.
Again, I still like that nice intern coming across the center line. You just played it on your second stone, so you should know this path pretty well.
Absolutely, and we see them pointing that out right now. John has
Coming up with his first skip stone. Yale is sitting in a wonderful position with the stone dead buried behind a whole sea of guards.
when that corner freeze at the top of the 12, it did theoretically leave them open to then hit their yellow, stick around, and have that red shooting out the back, but
The angles are just not there for Villanova right now.
yeah, but now that shot is shoved up since they initially threw it to John.
I would hope the top 8 foot just really cut down that path.
Yeah.
Most of the time, your best guard is going to be second shot.
Also choosing to come down from the left. Are they going for the angled raise?
If they were, that was not enough ice.
If they were, they should be sweeping.
They should very much be sweeping. They are crashing. They have to be really careful. They might bump this yellow in.
They'll be just fine. They will get
They're 1 point to tie it up, so we now have a score of 2-2 on sheet 2 after 4 ends.
a score of 3-1.
Oh, my apologies. I got my colors wrong. Bowdoin will steal. Bowdoin will score their 1, so now they're up 3-1.
We have been at it for a while.
We have. It's very early in the morning.
Like what? I think I've slept about 9 total hours.
I think about
48.
I think about 8.
We do what we love.
We do, indeed.
We're just happy that it's ending around noon today.
Yes.
And that we have the early draw for league tonight.
And a little score update from sheet 1. Notre Dame has responded to Hamilton's point with another point of their own. And Notre Dame 2 now leads 3-1 after 4 ends, with Hamilton having the hammer for the 5th.
It's definitely anybody's game on sheets 1 through 3. I think the biggest lead we have
Is
those are Yale.
Yep. Sheet 4 is starting to look like a little bit of a runaway. However, there are a couple of MIT stones hanging out there on the side. And there's definitely a potential for a 3, I believe, over on sheet 4, depending on what Penn State does with their final stone.
This is their final stone.
11 deck bite. Look happy.
I've never known him to be anything else.
If you see the shot from Villanova, and they will just get the wick. Will they get lucky? Oh! And they will just end up going across their own yellow and tapping that red Yale stone right to the button. So Yale is sitting really good and almost kind of guaranteed for their steal right now.
That would have had to have a crazy wait for that red to actually get through the house.
Yes.
It says we of course know from geometry and physics mechanics.
Yes.
So if it's on an angle, the greater the angle, the more force needed to move that rock because you have a lot of force continuing to move your initial rock forward.
You know,
Only a little transferring to the side.
and some might say that the angle in will equal the angle out.
Friction.
And once again, if any of our listeners do have any questions, please feel free to pop them in the chat and we will answer them.
Maybe. As the best of our ability, of course.
Alright, and Yale 2 is coming up with their final skip stone. They're most likely looking for just another guard to again just really put the hurt on Villanova and secure their 1 point steal.
I like coming from this side because, if you happen to be narrow and heavy, there's like the option for
There's a lot of raise
raise,
opportunities.
but looks like they will
Successfully.
get hit by
That works just fine. I only see a really insane angle run back for Villanova right now.
from my angle, I see it, it is insane. It is absolutely insane.
You'd have to hit that yellow stone just over the hog line, probably about 5/6.
You have to be super precise because
It is very
there's
difficult.
about a centimeter of give.
Yeah, I would agree.
And the farther, of course, the farther, and they're looking at it.
They are.
The farther the rock has to go, the more any tiny angle change will affect it.
All right, and back on sheet 2, it looks like Bowden and Colgate have engaged in a bit of a hitting match to see who's going to miss first. And it looks like Bowden will end up blinking first. Not your traditional curling strategy when you're down 2 points is to hit everything in sight, but this is college curling.
And hey, like, Bowden's been very good at their hits so far.
They
this
have.
year.
They have.
Both, this is Bowden 2 team and Bowden 1, so.
Now the problem with playing those hits around the center line, it makes it really hard to kind of what we call split the house, and getting 2 of your rocks in there for shot stones as far away apart as possible. And I think Colgate right now, based on the ice, is probably calling us guard. So see this come over the hog line. It looks like it's pretty close. It might overcurl a hair.
It's sweeping for line, but also.
And that will overcurl and leave Bowden an opportunity to get at that stone.
It does something.
It is an eyesore.
Reduces the amount of angles you can hit that stone.
It's very much an eyesore, as I think Villanova, too, is still talking about that run that we mentioned.
Oh, wow. Well, first, I would like to commend Villanova's front end, who really looks like he came to Boston, but it looks like he was ready to go to the Cape and Summer. A few months off there, but should definitely come back when weather's a bit nicer.
And Bowden will just miss that stone top of the house. And it gives Colgate a great opportunity to get around there again and sit 2, buried behind a guard.
At the same time, Colgate with hammer usually not wanting a ton of things from the center.
And here's the
To get there too to tie this up.
and here's the run back from Villan. It looks like it has overcurled.
It will get there yellow, but
Just at the wrong angle, and that will be another steal of 1 for Yale. Will take a commanding 5-1 lead after 5 ends.
go through curves. Anything we have out here today? This is as the teams as they were registered. There might have been a few changes. But Bowden 2, we have Claire in the house with Maynard as the listed vice, Pablo is second, and Juliana as their lead. However, they also have Naya listed as their alternate, so she'll also be out there representing the what's the Colgate mascot?
The Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders. Well, they're trying to raid Bowden's haul of winning the F event this morning. As this hit is attempted again, and it looks really good. They're really holding it off that center line. And just going to let it come up, and then are they going to get the double? And they will get the double. Oh, but it will just hang on.
Unfortunately, just sticks around, but they are.
Commentator's curse.
Looks like they're sitting.
I believe.
I said go Bears.
Go Bears.
That's a cheer, if anything. Of course, I'm trying to remain unbiased.
The Polar Bears, I believe.
I just always hear them scream "Go Bears." I've never heard polar included. Perhaps it's been liquid. However, that was the Cartesian bears.
See, my personal favorite bear is the water bear. Tardigrades. Colgate attempting that hit as well. It is just getting to that center line, and there it goes, and it will clip the guard. Our center lines here are kind of like magnets. Once those rocks get there, they just go.
And sometimes they will not want to get off. But really for Colgate today, we have Sad House as Skip and Megalo, as we've mentioned a couple of times, as Vice. Tori as second, but Nick is there. Stretches to
and we do have another update for you guys from Sheet 4. MIT tried a really long angle run back and just missed it by about 3 inches to give up another steal to Penn State, who now leads 7-0 after 5 ends. And it is worth noting that all those points are stolen.
Yeah, and as was just moments ago, where Skip's only shot is a really dramatic angle. Something is already gone.
Well, you said it, not me. And on Sheet 2, Bowden with a successful freeze to that Colgate stone in the back 12 foot, and I do believe they sit 2 now. They're really putting some pressure on Colgate. They will attempt that hit again. And this one's a little bit wider than the first one. It's again staying off that center line. And they will get the hit. And if they wanted to, they could have gotten really aggressive with that sweep call to try to knock out that other Bowden redstone on the way by. Absolutely. Oh, Kelsey, I have some news for you. Yeah, our viewership has hit double digits, so thank you all for tuning in this morning.
Up earlier than I would like to be any day. That's what
Yes.
perhaps. Meanwhile, I think we went through colors on Yale too, but Villanova, who has
Team of 3 this weekend.
pretty great this weekend.
Who are these curlers, Kelsey?
The other Villanova team who we saw yesterday. Here we have 4 listed.
Oh,
So unfortunately, one of these curlers was not able to make it.
but they're with us in spirit.
They sure are. We have Matt listed as Skip, Michael as Vice, Edgar as second, and Holden as lead. Now, which of those names do you reckon is out there?
You know, I couldn't tell you.
I reckon I'm not sure if I see an Edgar out there. You know? I don't know which one I picked.
And Villanova, with their come-around tap attempt, will just wick off the guard. And you know what? That's not a bad result, because now they have 2 corner guards that they can use. And being down 4 points like they are, you definitely need some guards to score some points.
Mention on sheet 4, MIT down by 7 as they enter the 6th. The exact situation they were in yesterday when they
Really?
clutched that W.
They scored 7 points in 2 ends.
In 3.
Wow.
Went to 8, then that extra.
Wow.
They somehow succeeded. I did hear that when they were down by 7, Skip Declan Galo for MIT asked, "Do you think dinner's ready?" While contemplating if they should shake or not. And after deciding, probably not, decided to keep on going.
Oh, that's funny.
Never crawl on an empty stomach, but also never crawl on a too full stomach.
No.
I've learned that one.
We have learned that lesson the hard way.
Sometimes
Some
a
crab cake Benedict before league is.
better on the menu. And 7 hours later.
And Colgate has managed to get one rock into the top 8-foot, top 4-foot area, and they're now throwing up that guard to try to protect that rock. And it looks like they will do that successfully.
Those would want to take out by Villanova. It's now turned into a draw.
And it's a very nice looking draw. They clear the guard.
Out of the house to help his soul sweeper,
And that is a beautiful
very
shot.
Nice. A tiny bit exposed, but it does give them a pretty good spot.
Hey, you know what? A rock in the house is a potential point on the scoreboard.
That's a fact.
And now Bowden back on sheet 2 with a really hard decision. I think there is enough curl again on that side of the sheet, that intern side, to just come around and just kind of pump that yellow through. We've definitely seen this side curl a lot, if you guys remember, in this last end. That was where all those draws ended up over curling. And I think that is what they're calling. And I like this shot.
I do too.
Skip Claire explains to the team what the plan is. All right, as Claire gets ready to throw. If Bowden can make this, it'll be really deflating to Colgate. He spent the entire end working so hard to secure their 2 points. And this is close. This is really close.
They can get their 2 points.
And there that rock curls. They better get on it.
It is going.
It is really curling. If they're by the guard, are they by the guard?
They can
And that is a
stop.
wonderful shot.
Wow. Yep,
Oh,
keep
and
going,
will they
keep
jam? Will they
going.
jam? Oh, what a great attempt from Claire and Bowden, too. Again, just anticipating that curl.
Unfortunately, it does also leave them exposed.
However, I don't know if Colgate knows if they'll be shot.
You definitely want a bit.
Not sure. I don't know where that red in the back 8-foot is. It's very close. I think they will be shot, but it is very close.
It would be close. I think they would be. Hopefully, they didn't get just a behind their yellow guard out there.
Well, I don't think you'd need to at this point because this is hammer.
That does help. Huh?
Yeah, it does.
It does help. Meanwhile, we have Yale sweeping in. Looks like a very nice job behind
Their
set
corner.
of corner guards.
They will not get shot, I believe.
They were spot to
Oh, not at all.
your second.
All right, it looks like Colgate has elected to just play the draw for 2. So, really significant that Bowden did not hang on for shot stone on their 10 attempt. However, this does not look like enough ice to me. And in fact, it is not, as it's already going to be crashing on that yellow guard.
If we'll plan to, they changed plan to go for a raise, although they might not have energy for it.
Oh, they have to be really
It's already
careful.
way over curling.
And it will be a 1 point for Colgate. And Bowden will hang on with the lead, and they will now take a 3-2 lead after 5 ends. Bowden 2 will have hammer up 1. And Villanova is trying to mount a little last-minute comeback. They got 1 stone buried, and they're attempting a corner freeze on that Yale stone just thrown, and it will come up just a couple feet light.
And unfortunately, only helping. It's a very fast run up to that stone.
Yes.
Very sharp stop from Villanova.
And we
My
do
breath for a
have
second.
an update coming at you from sheet 1. Hamilton has erased their deficit and with a score of 3 points in the 5th end, and they now lead 4-3 after 5 over Notre Dame.
But unfortunately, that shot. Their last. And again, Yale up. Near the end of the 6th. Even, force into 1. Great. You get hammered there.
You do indeed. I'm not in love with this shot, but I don't hate it. The classic curling phrase. I don't hate it.
When your skip says they don't hate it, I usually get a warm and fuzzy feeling. Because it means my suggestion wasn't absolutely trash. However, if they tell you they don't love it, it's absolutely devastating. Trying really hard to take out a yellow rock. Unfortunately, the yellow rock is only pushed back, takes out leather out of the back, and yellow still sits in the first rock and buried.
Now, are MIT the Beavers? Do I remember that correctly?
The engineers
Oh,
are
okay.
RPI, however,
Oh,
we do have Tim the Beaver as their mascot instead of
Absolutely,
Puckman.
of course. Yes, you know, I would rather take a beaver than an anthropomorphized hockey puck.
Their mascot is Puckman.
Yep. And of
Fun
course,
fact, little trivia for all of our listeners out there, RPI actually has 3 different mascots. We have the Engineers, Puckman, and the Redhawks.
Pac-Man. Can it be called Puckman?
Puckman. Yes, it is Puckman. See, I think we should make college curling at Broomstones our mascot be Hackman. Hackman.
we are on fumes, eh?
Oh, don't you know there.
For sure. Yes, of course, MIT is beavers. It's nature's engineer, and they're naturally nocturnal.
That would make a lot of sense.
Sure does.
It looks like Villanova is attempting yet another run back.
I do like their hits, Villanova, but not quite getting.
They will actually hit their own. And it could be the end of the line for heats 3 and 4, depending on what the end finish has. And a really great draw attempt by Bowden here on sheet 2. Unfortunately, they just got caught a little bit in between from that corner freeze and coming all the way around. However, it is quite the headache for Colgate because they do have to move that, in my opinion.
MIT2's Declan Galo lining up a very dramatic
Double angle raise
double angle raise
for potential,
for descent to
at least one.
His first. Oh my God, Jack Cordes.
You're joined in the studio.
A event finalist.
Hello. MIT doing MIT things?
Not as well as they were yesterday. I think they're doing just great. And of course, MIT, a fairly new team. We have second-year curlers, Declan and Tim making up the back end, and then some first-year
Brand
curlers
new.
who've been to, I think, 2 and 4 practices respectively. Scott is lead, and honestly, very great recruit. Chloe is not curling like she's only been to 4 curling practices.
Oh, and
my
Declan will
God.
actually make
Oh my
it through the
God.
court and pick out the shot stone.
Unfortunately, just a little too much weight roll over. I do think Penn
needed the weight,
State's
though.
win, but he does have another shot.
He does. And
Sheesh.
it looks like Declan also has a potential double to score his 4 points, much like last night.
Need
Good.
And
featured sheet.
and
Low
Bowden-
heavy from Bowden.
For like all of my friends. Good luck this weekend.
but that will just hang on. I think it is third shot though.
If it came down to rolls to bad, Colgate would sit. However, Bowden might just answer back very simply.
I would concur.
But there's still definitely room to get
Oh, absolutely. There's room.
absolutely room. Seth points to the TA line. I really like it to just be above T, like we just said. Although
Yeah, except it's
the pro miss definitely is a bit heavy. You don't want to,
especially when you
shots done.
especially when you don't have hammer in this situation and you're down. You're just trying to cut down that scoring area and make Bowden's last draw as hard as possible.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's not about setting yourself up. It's about making your opponent
Would you like to finish that statement?
have a really tricky time.
And this is quite
It
heavy.
is the pro mess of heavy, and they will be on that back red. However,
They will, in fact, roll.
that's still hanging on, sitting third.
They killed shot
So still has a useful stone, but did not cut down that scoring area like we mentioned.
No, definitely not. And Villanova with the last-ditch attempt to get on the board.
Already.
They might be able to pump one of those in. Nope.
Yeah, like
I do-
Like
I do believe they did score their 1 point. Just gonna wait for confirmation. It is 1 yellow. So Yale 2 will retain their lead and will retain hammer in the 7th end as they go up 5-2. Had a little wipeout on sheet 2 on Bowden's shot. As we watch MIT attempt the double. And MIT will finally get themselves on the board with 3 as they will go down 4 points in the last end.
He's not sleeping, he was waiting. And I really hope they get to throw this. If they throw the next rock, they only have less than 60 seconds to throw the first shot. And if they throw it, they will guarantee themselves the opportunity to play 8 ends.
As the clock is ticking away.
Declan, you gotta go. We get that you scored.
Oh, and MIT actually scored 4 points.
Throw the shot. Throw the shot, Declan. Declan! Declan! Oh, Scott, you better be ready. Penn State, get out of there. You're not going first.
Go. Oh, now they realize.
Go.
And they will not get the 8th end in.
No!
Oh my god.
They are in the same spot they were in last night.
They are in the same spot they were in last night, where they need to steal 3 to take it to an extra end. Time management is something that's very underappreciated.
Absolutely. And Bowden has responded with a wonderful draw attempt. It won't quite get the finish they want, but it is in a very usable spot.
I think we don't have to explain too much to Declan. I think we can just play this audio and he'll know exactly where the error was. Anyway, but again, just has to steal 3.
Much easier said than done. Now, if MIT were to take full advantage of the free guard zone, as I very much wish they would,
Especially with a Penn State team that's very good at hitting.
you get 1 or 2 misses and you make the Penn State skip play against 3, possibly 4 MIT rocks in the house and make him play against the loss.
Easier said than done.
Much easier
Going
said than
back to Declan's sister, Emma, throwing her last shot, looks like.
Going for that hit.
And unfortunately, we'll just flash by. Will not take out the real. Unfortunately, those 2 red rocks at the top, there's no way to get them both out.
No, just due to the angle.
And it'd also be hard to get that red out that's covered while also not jamming on.
And as you see the straw from Bowden, I don't recall any shots being out this wide, do you?
It's out pretty wide, but you know?
It still looks, it's very light. It's maybe
It's
a,
light, maybe even caught up in the frost a little bit.
I would
Not so
suspect.
much. Especially they haven't been out there much this game, if at all, or in a while.
the real question is who's shot? I think Colgate is still sitting shot with that yellow stone in the top 8 foot. What do you think, Kelsey? We don't have a great overhead view up here in the booth. Okay, that's huge.
It is close, and we do not have the best angle from our overhead. But I'm fairly confident Bones at least with one, with the one right behind them.
right, as Colgate's coming up to throw their first skip stone, I think they're just going to try to beat Bowden to the punching into that top 4 and really kind of shut the end down. And sometimes that's all you really need.
Again, just shrink that scoring area. Get very close. Okay, only down by 1. They don't have hammer this end. They're definitely going to play another end.
And this is also curling up a lot. And where is it going?
They will not be able to get through that far court, surely.
Oh, and they will just rub.
Exposes that one. I do believe is sitting, however, hard to get your shooter to count after getting it out.
Yes, very difficult. It's really up to Clear and Bowden to see how they're going to try to make sure they score there too. One thing that they could actually do is kind of come down with like a back 4, back 8 weight down that same draw path that Colgate just followed. Just barely wick off of their stone that's next to that yellow and just do a little tap, move the yellow off, and spill their shooter in. Fortunately, we don't have the budget up here to do some illustrations on the screen for you.
Honestly, that's right if it goes forward. I think that'd be really great for the club.
You would, a little
And
touch, yeah.
A nice piece of technology for no one to know how to use. Other than
Hey, if TSN doesn't know how to use it, I don't know if there's much hope for us.
There are 2 ways to do a hit and roll. There's the thin way and the thick way.
Those are the 2 ways to do a hit and roll, yes.
And kind of like you were saying, kind of that thick hit coming in. Unfortunately, the yellow up there, the way I'd want to do a hit and roll, that yellow card's kind of blocking it up. You'd have to come with.
What are you calling?
I'm saying they can't do it.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I'm saying if that yellow rock, a few of those yellow rocks at the top weren't there.
If all the yellow rocks
I
were
sure
there.
would like that hit and roll from the inside.
And it looks like Claire is coming in, and they might actually
Looks
get the.
pretty nice.
They might get the shot that I called.
Oh,
They might get it. Oh, interesting.
now they certainly sit at
At least 2. Potentially. I think it's just a 2, right?
I think so.
The unfortunate thing is, though, they've left that shooter so close to that stone that they touched that the double is pretty natural if you hit it anywhere in between those 2 red.
It is, but I'm not sure what that third red, one farthest to Seth's left, is counting. You want your shooter to be closer than it, which might be tricky.
Very tricky, yes.
Especially with the potential weight he might come at this.
Yes.
You know, sometimes rocks can move up the sheet again.
Oh, absolutely. I think you would definitely get a little round the horn action going on there. We also haven't been out there, so we don't know how lively the houses are.
In general, definitely Broomstones not as lively as you might see on
So
national
championship
event,
level ice.
championship curling ice. All right, looks like Seth might even be telling Emma, a few potential options depending on what happens. I always like to do that. I'll be like, well, this is A,
Yes.
B, C, D, E.
The problem with that is you do have to commit to one pretty early on.
You have to commit. You can switch halfway, but the earlier you can change it up, the better the outcome. And sometimes, even if you go through several options,
Yes.
you also might just have to be creative on your own.
And we do have a comment from Kristen Walling saying, "Go Hamilton." We can tell you that Hamilton is still up 4-3 in the 6th end as we go to Skips Rocks.
Look at a pretty dramatic end. However, they do not have hammer, which will potentially hurt them as Hamilton lines up their final shot. I believe that might be
I think they're coming for a
Joe.
draw.
Is that Joe?
You would know better than I would.
You'd hope, but
Yeah, we'll see. As Colgate just overcurls on their takeout attempt, and looks like Bowden will score at least 2 points. I don't know how they can get more. They might have a run on that redstone. They might have the run on that redstone outside of the house and kind of send it through between the 2 yellow.
And you know what? Hamilton just makes an amazing amazing shot there, sitting just on top of button. Notre Dame, too, will have
A hard time.
a hard time.
I don't think Notre Dame 2 can even score. I think they just gotta, depending on who's second top, they probably just gotta get one in the forefoot and give up their one and move on. And take hammer in a tie game going to the last end. I think that's all they have.
They will try, and in college curling, where there's a will, there's a way.
Coming up on 10 o'clock draw on sheet 2, we're gonna have we actually are gonna see a Will Downey.
Well,
Who I've been told has, again, the best knees in college curling.
by who?
Will Downey.
And what's your opinion? You are
10
repeating it.
10 out of 10.
Wow. For each knee? Is that 5 per knee, or?
Oh, it's 10 per knee.
Dang.
It's a 20.
That's what we call a dime in the business. 'Cause
Yes.
That's a 10.
And it looks like Bowdoin is just attempting to get full 8 foot to get their 3 points as it's coming into the
Maybe
house.
a little-
It looks
they
pretty
think
good.
It's a little light, but
I think it's
I
good.
think it looks great. Right on the tee.
Oh,
I
it's
think that will be
close.
good enough for at least third rock.
It's close. What do you say, Kelsey? Then I'll say yellow. Oh, we might have to get a measure going.
Ooh, that's very exciting. We do love seeing the measuring device as Notre Dame's last rock comes in. Looks like
And then
Hamilton will steal the one. Vice is really looking at second rocks to see if it might even be 2.
they're looking at
And
it.
it is 2. We see the peace sign go up from Hamilton's Vice. Hamilton extend their lead. They are up 6-3 as we go into their final end.
And it looks like Bowdoin and Colgate have reached a consensus. And it does look like it is 3 Bowdoin stones as they will go up 6-2 in the final end.
And Evan, do you see what I see over on sheet 4?
And sheet 4, MIT2 is coming alive again. They're coming alive. I believe they're sitting the 3 to tie.
What I've learned today, it does look like they're sitting 4, Alex. I don't know how they are. What I have learned is, I don't know if it's that they don't give up. I think it might be more when they give up, they just play better.
That's usually how it works.
And I don't care what brings out the dubs, as long as they're dubs.
And a reminder that our games on sheet 1 and 4, the winners will play immediately after MVP event final.
Including if MIT takes us to an extra.
It's 3 for sure. I
They
think
might
4
as
is a
well.
measure.
All right, so we just got confirmation that MIT2 is sitting the 3 to tie,
3 they need.
potentially the 4 to win.
But still, they do not have hammer. It will take a Penn State miss as Penn comes down to throw their first skip stone. Looks like Declan only has 1 shot left to really set up the miracle on the far sheet, part 2. Let's start scoring him to 6th then.
Yes.
MIT, famous for making problems way harder than they need to be. As we watch John's skip stone come in.
They are sitting the 2 already.
Is this their hammer, or do they have another one after this?
It looks like this is the first of the skip stones.
Perfect, and that's a very fine play for that rock.
It is. So this is Villanova's final stone, potentially of the game.
Yep, so they really freeze that rock onto their other one. Looks like they're sitting 2, if not.
I believe they're 2.
Or 2, but forcing Villanova, a team who loves to hit, to drop.
And to keep you guys updated on the drama that's unfolding on sheet 4, Penn State has removed one of the MIT stones. However, it was a stone we were questioning, could be the 4th counter. But they're still sitting the 3 to tie as Declan goes to throw his stone. Now, when you're MIT in this position, you just want to make sure that you have Penn State throwing against the loss.
It will be noted just need to be right.
You think you
Dead
need a
smack
bite.
dab in the 8-foot to
Yes.
be shot stone.
As
So Declan able to go for a pretty high guard here to really block off the middle.
And we can confirm that Bowden 2 has defeated Colgate to win the F event final.
Villa takes a bit of a tumble and unfortunately does not get the line needed for that draw.
And I believe that will
Will
be.
take 2.
They do have one more, and I do believe it's going to be handshakes.
And John really going down to twist the knife.
Absolutely. As Declan's rock is underway, it does look quite narrow.
Oh, please sweep that, Scott. Please. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop.
Well, MIT does sit the 3 they need to tie.
It
The
all
question
comes
is down to Penn State.
Last shot. This is why
This is what it's all about.
Big bucks.
And it looks like they
That's why
are,
they sit shotgun.
or in the case of RPI, are often forced to drive.
We're talking about it more.
No, that's it.
All right, John's last rock coming down. Honestly,
Looks a little heavy.
More narrow than they would have wanted to let it go. Definitely heavy, which again they can go through and still score 2, which they will still be happy to do. They were having to sweep that just just for line, but
And I believe that is going to be marked down as a Yale victory. Villanova's talking about it right now.
chatting it up.
As we will keep you updated on sheet 4. This is the final stone for Penn State in normal
Meanwhile,
gameplay.
now that we have Hamilton fans watching Hamilton in a decent position to retain their lead as they do go into the last and 3 points up. Meanwhile, we see Penn State's last shot coming right on down the ice.
It's looking. They're on it. They're on it. They're on it very hard.
And it looks.
It looks
like it'll
looks
be
okay.
fine to me.
It looks okay. It looks okay. It looks.
But you don't wanna go
They're through
by.
that. They're in the house.
Tim from
Tim
MIT
is sweeping it
out.
frantically, and it will
Oh.
just hang on.
MIT unfortunately cannot
Complete the comeback
have
again.
lightning strike twice, but a very gallant effort.
Very much so. And it looks like Nova has decided to just play it out, see what happens.
And because they're playing it out, Yale's such a dramatic lead. They are just asking to shoot through. You don't want any rocks in the house. You don't want any rocks to guard. Rocks in the house are things for Nova to stick to.
Absolutely.
Guards are rocks for Nova to hide behind. Just make them have an open draw. And as I've said many times, and I will say again, the hardest shot in curling. Open, especially on a last draw.
Yes. And Notre Dame is currently sitting 2 points. And a reminder, they do need 3 to tie.
But they are open, and but Notre Dame putting up guard to guard their 2 that are sitting. They do need 3 to tie, as mentioned, but oh, and a bit of drama on sheet 4.
They agreed that
They weren't supposed to.
So MIT did not throw their
First
rock
rock before our timer went off.
before the timer went off, and that is the official start of an end.
Yes.
So MIT has started playing again. Although again, Penn State did score 1. MIT has hammer, and if no one stops them, and they do play this 8th end, which MIT does like to be the last team on the ice.
Yeah.
And Penn State has agreed to it, and no one stopped them. Although, are you going to go stop them? Kind of have to. We're going to go stop them. Although we do love to see curlers eager to get
keep
more
going.
eggs in.
Yes.
Get more shots in, more shots, more practice. It's all good. If unfortunately, MIT would have a tall order of scoring, even if they were able to keep playing.
Absolutely.
Score 4 with hammer, which they did in the 6th end.
Yes.
But, you know, it did take 6 ends to get on the board. So while Alex Hill goes on to break Declan's dreams for a dramatic second comeback, we look over and
Notre Dame is still sitting the 1 point.
fans.
Hamilton.
They did have their one removed.
They did.
Hamilton sits second and third shot.
And it will be a final on sheet 4. Penn State 8, MIT 2, 4. And Penn State will go on to play the winner of Notre Dame 2 in Hamilton, immediately following the conclusion of this draw. As Notre Dame is coming with that come-around attempt, it looks really good. They just need to drag it a couple more feet. And I don't know if they got it in there for second shot. However, I do think Hamilton does have to clear out one of those red guards so they have access to that shot stone on the forefoot. And Yale is continuing to put the hurt on Villanova 2 over on sheet 3. With a 5-point lead in the last end, they're going to continue to put rocks in the house. Now, all Villanova has to do is currently eliminate 3 Villanova 2 stones, and that will be game. And RJ will just come up narrow and will actually hit their stone in the back of the house. And Hamilton, on their peel attempt on that guard, will actually stick it on one of theirs in the house.
You know, we did see this Notre Dame 2 team yesterday going against Notre Dame 1. A nice intra-school
Yes.
event.
And now here's-
Have their dramatic comeback against them as well, scored really big in the last end.
And now here's where Notre Dame has a decision to make. They could hit a yellow stone, Hamilton's, but I believe a second shot and sit 4 points to win. However, it would leave their stones exposed across the house. I would very much like to see them play that same draw they've been doing all end and really make Hamilton work for it and then hit that yellow on their final stone. Because again,
Notre Dame does have hammer.
you don't need to be sitting the entire end.
No.
Just when all the rocks are thrown is when you need to be sitting.
Yep.
And Yale is continuing their elimination game. And they will actually just rub
Smash over the yellow rock, not moving.
Villanova, still alive. And Notre Dame has decided to go after that hit. I do think that is more of a rookie call. And they will end up flashing that.
Easy to do.
And now Hamilton is once again in that driver's seat. I believe they just have to eliminate. They have, I think, they have 2 shots to eliminate 3 stones. We will keep you updated, as unfortunately our cameras do not get over to our end sheets.
I'm Hamilton. And I'm kind of over it. I might just throw a rocket, as I think he's even like indicating just, hey,
You have a
throw
lot of
hit,
double
get
opportunities.
something out. There are a lot of double opportunities right there. You can be a little creative.
Absolutely.
A lot of shots will be just fine to eliminate some of these Notre Dame rocks.
100%.
Meanwhile, Yale continuing their hit game over here, trying to continue to run Villanova rocks. And unfortunately,
It looks like it will hit their own. Will they get the run?
does, and eliminates one of those Nova Stones.
And I think
RJ did put his arms up in celebration.
Yale does have 2 chances to eliminate one more rock, and that will run Villanova out of stones.
In this event final.
And Hamilton, on their hit attempt, has successfully moved 1 Notre Dame rock.
And they sit second.
They do indeed.
Notre Dame going right for the last rock thrown.
And as we come to the conclusion of this game, we are going to, well, I will be signing off to go help with ice prep, and I will turn it over to Kelsey to finish it out.
Yep.
And we will be back, and James and Isaac will be joining us.
Absolutely. So I will call out for our Hamilton fans what happens as we see Villanova remove a Yale rock, but they rocks, but are shaking hands. We'll bring the rest of the rocks down. Meanwhile, over on sheet 1, Notre Dame's rock comes down and just gets out Hamilton, but unfortunately for them, lose their own shooter. So while Notre Dame continues to sit 2, very buried behind some cover, if Hamilton can get rid of one of their rocks sitting, the only rocks Notre Dame would have on their last shot would be theoretically one in the house if one is removed. Close guard and their shooter, so they would need to do something special like hitting the guard in just a way to get both the guard and their shooter to spill in the ring somewhere, because currently Hamilton not in the rings at all. You would just need the thinnest of pieces of that paint to count. So Hamilton goes to throw their final rock, hoping to just get any one of those Notre Dame rocks out. You do not want to leave Notre Dame a completely open draw. 4-3 to go to the extra. Hamilton stuff seemed pretty wide out of hand, and I think it will, unfortunately for them, just sail through, and it will, giving Notre Dame the completely open hit to go to the extra end. Very exciting stuff on the shoot, just outside of our view. And joining us, we'll be here to call the finals with us. The A event final, UPenn versus Harvard, and of course, the B event finals, those that lost out the semifinals of the A bracket, RPI 1 versus RPI 2. Former RPI alum and new Broomstones member, James Cassidy.
Thank you for having me, Kelsey. It's going to be a great game this morning. Match of the century, RPI 1 versus RPI 2, of course, but you know.
I think there might be a couple of teams that disagree with you, and I think they might both be the Ivy schools in the A event final.
I think that's questionable.
It is.
I think you'll see the best curling on G3.
Natalie, of course, I will have to be here cheering on not only hometown hero, but second on my league team, Jack Cordes. Of course, watching Sophie do her magic. It's sure to be a great game on both of our feature sheets. Honestly, I'm very happy we can stream both of them.
Yes.
And just in from sheet 1, The Notre Dame skip on a completely open draw just had to touch paint, had a very nice draw in right to the 4-foot. She does score her 3. It's going to an extra end as we watch Danny Iceman so desperate to start the final draw that was scheduled for 5 minutes from now. But we will have extra curling on sheet.
Bonus curling. I think we've had a few of those this weekend.
We definitely had one.
I think we had 2 yesterday, from what I've heard.
And we say extra end. Technically, it is the 8th end.
It is. Most people this weekend have been playing a little slow, so most people have only gotten 7 ends in. However, if you tie, you do play 1 full end to
Bonus curling.
determine the winner.
Bonus curling.
Notre Dame is up first. I think they're just putting up a center guard. Looks a little heavy. Might be in the house. And it is.
Right, so game plan if you're Hamilton. You have hammer. All you want is a completely open draw to take that W. You only need to score 1.
Of course, it does rely on your skip being good enough to make that open draw.
Look here, James. Completely open draw, hard to shot in curling. Said it once.
Oh, I
I'll say it a
totally
million more
agree.
times, especially on your last shot. Nerves are going, might throw it through, then you might overcompensate and throw light. Our do you serve for that? That's the old Alex Cole. Just your 8th rock, that's last skip stone. Just, throw a 2-guard.
Sometimes you don't want a shot named after yourself.
I'm very happy to have not done anything notable enough to have that the case for me. Have you?
I don't believe so, thankfully. We do have a shot called Paul weight at RPI, because Paul Rosiski threw an incredible amount of weight, because I was like, we need to clear 5 stones with this rock.
Casual.
Of course, and that rock was coming barreling down the sheet, and it was frankly scary.
Frankly, I was frightened. So, Notre Dame, the thing about Notre Dame right now is, again, Hamilton just wants a completely open house. Notre Dame wants to get their guards up, but looks like they're unable to do so. As Hamilton sits 1 and is calling for a draw behind their stone at the top of 12, which honestly,
Looks like they might bump theirs. Oh, just bump it a little bit.
Roll over is top to center. They now sit 2, both in the 12-foot ring.
Notre Dame calling the draw behind.
Without hammer, they need to hide. And currently, the stone right at the top of 12-foot rings definitely has space to draw behind and still sit top that T line, top 4.
I still don't know if drawing behind right now is the right shot. You might want to kind of freeze down to that 1 on the edge.
I really do. I would like that call.
And it looks like they might actually get close to that because it's over curling. Just over curling a little too much though.
To just come down, looks like they sit 2nd.
So far, all the stones just in the 12 foot. There's plenty of room for a draw. If Hamilton just needs to do that.
Takes us 5 hours to go and get warmed up, I guess. How exciting was the last what do you guys say?
Hamilton coming down, trying to draw in. Looks a little heavy. Let's see if the Notre Dame skip. Oh, they swept it to the back of the house. Now there's a bit of backing there.
I do still think Hamilton's one or two bit of backing. So nice for their, and the draw currently open. We have a 92 up here. Smiles on their faces. Good weekend of curling. Probably happy they don't have to go up for another 2 hours of curling right now.
Oh, of course.
They're telling us that they were aware of the time. That's 7. That's 6 then. So they're then desperately trying to start so they can play their 8th.
Yes. Best way to play 8 ends, play quickly. Know your shots, get ready,
Be confident.
throw your shots. Yeah, exactly.
What's the worst that can happen?
You definitely see that a lot more with the less experienced skips. You know, they don't know, it's not as natural for them to see what shot is to
and
do.
you know, these are no, like, the schools that show up to college curling, especially here in the East Coast, are no jokes. Like a lot of engineering schools, RPI, RIT, MIT, lots of, even at the non-technical schools, a lot of math majors, physics majors. We have a lot of Ivy representation.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say I think over half the Ivies were here this weekend.
I think so. We got Princeton this year, first time at Longfield.
Cornell recently joined only a few years ago to the mix. Harvard, Yale, always been around, been welcome presences, along with UPenn. So let's see, what are we missing? Notre Dame? Or not Notre Dame, Dartmouth?
Brown.
Dartmouth, Brown, and oh no, the forgotten Ivy. Oh,
Columbia.
Yeah, over half. So yeah, I think the big thing I find with these students is it's for them developing, starting to feel comfortable and knowing that there's not one secret shot that they have to do. A Notre Dame takeout comes in. Unfortunately, does not do a lot for them. If anything, opens it up for Hamilton's eventual draw as we move on to Ice Stones.
Hamilton is sitting 3, maybe 4, with one rock at the top of the button and everything else in the, touching 12 foot.
Notre Dame, still 2 rocks to go. And I think this is the tricky part where I would argue you might want to go for a freeze on the back when people are worried removing shot rock. That's right at the top of the floor, but I think a new skip would just be so hyper-focused on that shot rock at the top of the floor, they wouldn't think to set up their own rock that could be counting afterwards.
Looks like Hamilton was trying to draw or put a guard, but they were just a little heavy, and they nudged their shot rock over, so now it's fully in the 4 foot. Behind T line.
So, definitely, if I'm there, I'm freezing to that shot. Oh, and she calls for the takeout instead of using it to her advantage.
Yes, you definitely want to.
No.
Okay.
That's not the ice for a takeout. It might be the shot for a lower weight takeout. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Because
that's right.
sometimes it's not about the call; it's about what's thrown
Exactly.
and what's swept.
And that's
What's
always a
called.
mystery with college curling. You never know what you're gonna get. It's like a box of chocolates.
Absolutely. Yes, but I think young skips often think they get 2 in their heads, thinking what is the right shot when it's like there are several good shots. Some are better than others, but ultimately sometimes it's just the one you call. Notre Dame do come down. They do now's in second. Not impossible to remove the rock they just threw, but decently tricky.
points. But in a situation where you only need one shot and your opponent has left you a rock just behind T line, best call is almost always just to freeze to that rock, cling to that rock, and your opponent has to take 2 shots to remove it in most cases.
Absolutely. And now, having after talked about wanting to keep the rings open, Hamilton sitting 1, they are trying to just guard up that rock they do have in the 4 foot. However, I would argue that just fall for a bit of a higher guard, and again, on such sweet ice with that rock on 4 foot, guaranteed.
I would almost put something like top of the 8 foot, yeah. Right. Because you don't want to.
Really, only a freeze is what prevents them from.
Yeah, you almost want to play the
doing
shot
it
that your
themselves.
opponent would play.
Because a freeze would come down right on the T line, so anything frozen to that would not be counting. It would be sandwiched.
And looks like they're now calling for the freeze.
Again, the Hamilton rock just to the left of their shot rock, so the freeze definitely is open. I'm not sure if I agree with this line.
No, it's about the same line that they called for their last shot, which was
Very heavy.
Very heavy, yeah. It looked like they were going for the takeout on that shot.
Away from that another, even 2 feet on
Yeah,
this?
right now they have their broom on the edge of the 4 foot. I would come down, have line at least on the edge of the 8 foot.
And you can be a bit, you don't have to come down right to nose. You can be a little bit of an angle towards the center line. So I hope, if we are correct and this is too little ice, I hope the front end is ready to sweep.
Wait, looks pretty close, but it's
sweeping in the wrong order. Pushing more with the rock, making it curl more than making it curl less. However, there's even a
curling
Hamilton
quite a bit.
guard that they might just knock up. Doesn't do much though, but unable to utilize their third day's penultimate rock.
looked like the weight was pretty close. I think you just needed a little more line.
Hamilton again deciding to guard it up.
Yeah, at this point, they have Notre Dame bumped the Hamilton guard to a little better position, honestly.
This one I think we're just trying to guard that freeze because it's definitely less there.
And Hamilton is taking ice all the way at the edge of the sheet, which I do like.
I like that. Sit down. It's looking decent. Sweepers are on it, but line is definitely more important. And again, the sweeper's sweeping in what I would say the opposite order you want to.
Yeah, and it's definitely over curling, and
It is over curling.
It is a little light as well.
But it does cut down visibility a little bit.
A little bit. I think
Not as much as they would have liked, but
I do think the draw to freeze is still there.
unfortunately, if Notre Dame is able to get something right on pin, which the line is definitely there.
Looks like they're looking at taking
Hamilton
more
would
ice.
have to answer.
Oh yeah, they're taking ice halfway in the 12 foot.
All right, a nice 3-4 feet more previous. So, however, not to the edge of 12 like we just saw it. We just saw that line thrown by Hamilton.
They were trying to get to a similar spot on the
Less
ice.
than you'd want to see.
You know, everyone does have different throws, so some people's rocks do definitely curl more than others.
Different throws, different releases. You might be a little more spinny than others. I mean, if we get really technical, the rocks are different.
Oh,
Some
of
rocks
course.
curl more or less than other rocks. Not usually something we worry about at this level, though.
Not usually, but it is good to keep in mind.
Yeah.
If you,
Certainly something that, like, once you start getting into, you know, real contention for nationals, you hope to start potentially integrating is. And Notre Dame's rock looks kind of heavy and curling a lot.
It's by the
curling
first
more than
guard.
They think it is. Curling a lot
Almost
more
by
than
the
they think
second
it
guard.
is.
By the,
And
just
touches the
bumped
center
the
guard, will
top
go
guard.
down. And unfortunately, Hamilton has one. They're sitting one with a shot to go. Their handshakes. So again, we will work very hard to get sheet one cleared up and ready to go for I believe CFN final.
Yes.
And
The B event.
probably B event on 1, C event on 4. And then of course we will be back at the A and D event final.
The title match of this weekend.
Is it a title match because you know it going in?
Well, yes.
Yeah, we found it out last night.
But we need to know who has the title.
Ah.
Exactly.
Anyway, see you soon.
Brought it in, so I figured. Always happens.
I would say sure. For sure.
That was. I'll call it.
Well, except.
All right, it is finals time. I'm Isaac. I'm joined here by James.
Hello.
We are getting to it. We've got some small ice issue showed up, and so we're getting that sorted out as the other teams get their themselves ready for the finals. We have what do we have?
Well, we have the A event final happening on sheet 2, our feature match between UPenn and Harvard 1. And then our D event, bronze medal match of the century right here, RPI 1 versus RPI 2.
We have, yes, the famed mirror match we were looking for. We've got, on the outside sheets, we have Penn State against... Hold on, I'll just pull it up. Give me a sec. Middle two matches, sheets 2 and 3 will be the ones seen on stream. We'll try and keep you up to date with the other two. We've got Syracuse and Yale on sheet 4.
That's the B event final.
B event final?
I think.
Let's see.
Is it? Or it might be the C event. Oh no, it is a C event. Yeah. Syracuse versus Yale in the C event final on sheet 4.
Yes, Syracuse Yale is the C event final, and on sheet 1, Penn State and Hamilton. Penn State Hamilton for the B event final. So we'll try and keep you up to date on those where we can. And in the meantime, it looks like we're starting to get ready to go in the middle sheets here.
Did you cover the drama on sheet 2?
Yes, there was a bit of a spill.
It wasn't just a spill. A cup was cracked. I call sabotage.
Really?
Full cup crack. It was not Angela's fault.
Who was the saboteur?
Look, we don't have cameras in here, but I wish we did. But, Dan's literally there fixing it. I love that for us.
Yes.
The Iceman Dan been keeping us up to date, making sure everything's all set up for these teams. They did a great job all weekend.
I said it. You made it to the A event final. You should know how to deal with the challenge.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Need to adapt to the ice.
Exactly. So.
I've definitely made the mistake on purpose, or not on purpose, but I've made the mistake specifically of spilling ginger ale onto the ice.
It is hard.
Not here though.
No, I was quick to point blame, but quick to realize that the error was not in our amazing curlers who made it to the A event final.
Got Skip's coming by. We've got Jack skipping for Harvard and Sophie skipping for Penn. On sheet 3 we have Ross skipping RPI 1 and Ben skipping RPI 2.
It looks like RPI 2 has chosen the Red Rocks, so they have the clear advantage in this match.
Yes.
As we all know, Red Rocks are the best rocks. Sophie is calling for the classic center guard.
And on sheet 3 we have a couple of center guards already up, and the team's trying to draw around that.
Sophie got the sweepers on sheet 2.
Looks like it's pretty good.
Weight looks pretty good.
A little heavy.
You don't want your rocks in the house at first, oftentimes, because there is that 5 rock free guard zone.
Yes, and that is very close to the house, but it is not in, so we'll still be.
Okay, great.
Probably could have laid off that sweep pretty early. They did over curl, so they could have sat around 3 or so.
Yeah, could have given themselves a little more room to draw behind.
Harvard opting to draw to the outside can be kind of tough, just because of the
Yeah,
speed a bit further.
And this ice is curling a lot, so that rock is going to end up really far out on the wings.
Not too much use, but it is definitely guarding parts of the house. Sophie just wanted to draw behind. Meanwhile, we're still gathering a bunch of guards in front on the ice sheet. Lots of draws going there, just being a little lighter than you would want. They're trying to sweep this one as far as it'll go.
I've got 3 sweepers on it.
Probably end up
The whole game. Just past hog line, maybe?
Ooh, no. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. It looks like Penn just bumped their own guard so that...
They do have one biting now.
Yes.
The other one is not in. Harvard opting to draw to the outside where they have space. Does make sense this early. Those rocks are pretty high, so drawing around them are low. Those rocks are pretty low, so drawing around them is tough.
Yeah, they're trying to set up a good end for themselves, have some rocks in the house that they potentially will be scoring the lead. And they're really dragging this rock as far as they can get it, but it looks like it will be just a little light. And it's just another corner guard.
Team's being a little light across the board here. On the outside sheets, we have Penn State has 2 rocks right about on the 4 foot. It's the only things in the house right now. They have hammer. Hamilton looking to take those out. Sheet 4, we have Syracuse has a rock in the 4 foot and a guard in front of it. Pretty good situation for them, setting up a steal if they can, but it's still very big.
Looks like Will Muldowney from UPenn is trying to draw in, maybe through those guards or even to promote.
Hamilton will take out one, but it's too far to the left to get a double.
It looks like UPenn has just put another biter there.
Yes, 2 biters for Penn.
So they're
Just gonna
set
have
up.
to draw around if they're...
Yeah, they're set up pretty well. They've blocked a lot of the lanes for Harvard to draw around, and they're sitting some rocks, and those rocks are very easily raisable in case Harvard gets something farther into the house.
This is starting to get to a situation where if they don't get this draw here, Harvard probably should be looking to clear the house a bit. This is going to be a little light
Oh, definitely, yes.
and kind of inside, so
And also the 5 rock free guard zone is no longer in effect, so you can take out any guards in the game. And it looks like the Harvard stone is just going to over-curl and just sit in front of those UPenn stones.
not what you want if you're Harvard.
No.
More stuff in the center benefits UPenn.
I think you got to start taking stones out if you're Harvard.
Absolutely. Ross looking to take out something in the center. He's looking to take out peel his own rock. Maybe a run, but just trying to clear up the center.
I think
Bit of a slip from Max, so it's going to sail by. Unfortunate, but it's a mirror match, so it's very low stakes for these teams. They're just out here having fun.
Of course, but the bragging rights, that's what they're playing for
Yeah, of
here.
course.
Some would argue it's even more important than the actual aim. Looks like Sophie might be trying to tap one of her rocks farther into the house.
Probably going to look at that outside one or tap the red into the yellow.
Yeah, it looks like
Going to be kind of off line for either of those, but that one is going to weaken anyway, so
Yeah.
they're sitting...
Looks like probably 3, yeah.
They're sitting 3 right now.
Harvard,
Harvard opting for the hit and roll.
yeah,
Definitely got to start clearing.
absolutely. As a skip, you always want to leave yourself a shot, and ideally, an easier shot.
Yeah, ideally the skip should be throwing the easiest shots in the game, but
Exactly.
that's not usually the case.
As a skip, you want to set yourself up for success.
It's going to be a little light as a takeout.
Yeah, it looks,
Might end up raising one of pens, which is not what you want.
it's curling a bit more. It'll hit the red, and if it looks like it raised the yellow a little bit more. Not
And
what you want
then
to see.
sit in front of the other one, so the hit and roll is no longer there. Just lots of stuff in front for sheet 2 here.
You gotta throw some big weight to start moving some of these Yellowstones out of the house.
And Sophie knows that that's what they need to do. She's just going to opt to guard up. This house is very, very well covered. Might as well put some more junk in the way.
Exactly. There's no clear draw lane at this point if you want to be sitting to draw to score 1.
It seems like Harvard has just not taken their chance to clear at this point. And so Sophie, an experienced former junior curler, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so she knows what she's got to do.
That puts a little heavy, but it's not too bad.
Be a little heavy, but it does make a raise on that not easy. Not that it was easy before.
Looks like over on sheet 3, Ben is trying to draw in.
That house.
It looks like he's already sitting 1, so he's trying to sit.
Red sitting 1 in the back. Yellow has 1 in play. We see Syracuse doing the yelling out there, trying to take out a red on the center. It's gonna curl a bit. I don't know why they didn't sweep that.
Over on sheet 3, it looks like Ben just came up a little light. He's still sitting 1, so forcing Ross to either only score 1 or possibly there might be a shot to take out Yellowstone. I think he's just going for the draw. Which I think is the safer play right here.
Very, very guarded houses in sheet 2 and 3. Definitely benefits the teams without hammer, especially given that they're the ones sitting.
Absolutely. When you don't have hammer, you just want to get stuff in the house and put a bunch of stuff in front of it, so it makes it very difficult for the team with hammer to make a hero shot, to sit more rocks or draw in and score.
Can I say something?
Oh yes, we are joined by former RPI curler.
And current Notre Dame skip,
Yeah.
Quinn.
Yeah.
Quinn, how the hell are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Which sheet are you looking at?
We're looking at sheets 2 and 3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have anything interesting to say about the RPI mirror matchup?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's always fun. I always contend that mirror matches, any semblance of which team is the quote-unquote stronger team goes out the window.
Okay, I kind of totally agree because I don't know. I thought NB. We had our mirror matchup yesterday, and we felt way too relaxed.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you got two teams that know each other real well, know exactly what their opponents are going to do, and so it is anyone's game.
I can see some fiasco situations coming up here. Especially
Looks like on sheet 2 we have Harvard is sitting second, so a much better position for them. Don't want to give up a big steal in the first. Gonna try and tap something, or maybe take out.
It looks like it's over curling though.
Looks like they're trying to take out the yellow on the outside. They have to lay off that, and I think they're gonna get it.
Bump it a little bit, and they roll pretty nicely. Sophie's trying to sleep it out.
And Harvard is sitting 2 now.
good maneuvering by Harvard. It wasn't looking too good for them with all of those Penn stones in the front of the house.
I think do we have word from our fourth announcer in here, the Wii Sports announcer on that?
I think so.
Nice shot.
He likes the result of Harvard there. Harvard's in 2 now. Maybe 3? Just 2. Now it is Penn who's in a rough spot.
When you have hammer, you do want to get at least 2 points.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, in sheet 1, Penn State, the first team to put up some points in this draw, just got 1. It was a steal of 1, so a good result from them. Hamilton retains hammer, and Penn hogs their first stone. Penn State, that is. Their team's still in their first. Sheet 4, Syracuse is sitting 1. Yale has the second stone. Yale's just trying to draw in. And it looks like RPI 2, the steal of 1. So we got 2 steals in this first end here. These teams.
Possibly draw through that port.
It's a tight port.
It's a very, very tight port.
Sophie can definitely make that. A good draw here. We'll see how this goes.
Supers are on it right away.
It's going to be close.
A little light. Started carrying it all the way. I think it's just over curling.
It's going to end up just being another rock in the middle. And no, that actually isn't the real crowd. But you know what? We have fun here.
Exactly. We make our own crowds.
Yeah. The unfortunate part about Sunday events is that since a lot of the teams haven't unfortunately made it thus far, it is a much quieter atmosphere in the club. Saturdays are definitely the fun day for most teams. Sunday is all business. RPI laying a nice corner guard.
Yeah. It looks like RPI
Here,
either hogged or threw their first rock through. So Ross is going with the corner guard, classic setup for when you have him.
Harvard just trying to draw in. They might wreck on that yellow and push it in, which would be really bad for them. But
you could just bump their rock a little closer.
There is a raise for him if they wanted it. Harvard's still sitting 2.
I don't think that draw lane is there from the middle for Penn.
It is really close. So.
It's just so narrow that I don't think you can get a rock with the right weight to sit. You'd almost have to bump off of one of the stones.
Yeah, one trying to draw around. They will get around it, but that is pretty heavy. And just going to try and
Ben's going to try and sweep it out. I think he's going to be successful.
Yes, he is.
Yep, all the way out. Easy.
But it's a very open house if you're and taking a long time to think about what they want here.
Over on sheet 1, Hamilton is sitting 2 right in front of each other at the top of the house. Pretty open. But Penn State is going for the draw behind, it looks like. I personally would have gone for the takeout because if you draw behind, you're leaving Hamilton backing for their other rocks.
Yeah, that looks like you can see about half of it, so Hamilton's going to look to take it out.
Yeah, I'm sure you can see almost all of
Maybe
it.
3/4.
So yeah, Hamilton just gonna try and take out Penn State's stone.
It's very tough to get your rock completely buried around those.
Exactly. When you have a rock in the 8-foot that you have to come behind, you can't get it fully buried.
Meanwhile, we've got Penn with their last rock at this first end. Looking to raise, I believe. It is
Looks
a
like
little
it.
outside,
Will is trying to push it over.
but not enough. They do raise one of theirs a little further in, so they might be second. It is hard to tell. You got 3 rocks, 2 Harvard, 1 Penn, which are all very close. Very risky house for Harvard, but they are still sitting 1, so they won't. Hopefully, they won't want to try and get too intense here. Obviously, you'd prefer to get your 2, but striking first is definitely a benefit.
And you don't want to. The worst thing you can do is give up some points,
Right.
and you don't want to risk that.
They're going to think about this a lot. A long first end for some of these teams.
It is the finals, so this is the most important game for these teams.
They will think about it quite a lot. Meanwhile, on sheet 3, little heavy on that draw. Might wick off their own.
Looks like Harvard's pondering the draw from the way inside.
Player's going to sweep that in. Got 2 right behind that RPI 2 guard, which is a good setup for yellow here. Well, it looks like Harvard's going to try and draw around the outside.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure if it's there, but definitely a much safer play. You got to make sure you're not too heavy though, because you could raise some of those yellows in. But definitely less risky than trying to raise.
You are just still drawing from the outside, which generally is a bit slower, so you do have to throw a bit more weight most of the time.
Very true. So we'll see how this goes. He has given it some good weight.
Luckily, they are in sheet 2, so
Maybe
it
they're
shouldn't fall
angle
out too much. Yeah, they might be going for the angle raise.
But not. No, they're just trying to keep it on the outside of that. It is curling a lot, though.
I think it might just bump that
Is
guard.
it going to get by?
Oh,
just barely.
Just ekes by. Can they get it sitting
Get
though?
it in. Fantastic line, but it is just needed a little more on that. So we're going to talk about this.
Over on sheet 3, looks like RPI 1 is just trying to replace that center guard. So it's a little light, just trying to get it across the hog line,
But it is just going to stop. So we got 2 right in the open.
even with 3 sweepers.
Sweeper's not happy with that, but they've had a very long weekend, so.
And Ben calling for the double.
Go for 1, hope for 2.
Exactly. Still got plenty of rocks to play with.
Meanwhile, Harvard strikes first and does have 2. So a very good result from them after what was looking like a very scary end. They'll definitely be glad to go up at the beginning here. Penn, well known for playing real well at Broomstones in years past. not going to have enough weight on RPI 2 to take either of those out. They're still sitting one. Ross is just going to guard. The other one ended up spilling right behind the corner guard, which is definitely not what you want.
Ross Collincor's patented center biter guard.
No, he's just going to guard it.
Oh no, he tapped the front of the house.
Did he?
Looked like it.
Oh, Ross. I don't know. I don't necessarily see the value in that one specifically, just because you got that red on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
James and I, former RPI team members of Ross. And laying off, gonna get a pretty nice draw, but pretty heavy.
Yeah, it looks heavy. I think Jack Cordes might be able to sweep this one through. And barely any effort. I think that was through on its own.
Well, yellow just sweeping another one in. Sitting 3. Ben gonna probably call a takeout, but it is definitely not an easy decision.
Harvard calling for the draw behind on the guard they have. Looks like they ended up over curling on their first shot.
You gotta play what you have.
Exactly. You don't need to bother getting the perfect center guard. As long as you can get some guard and draw behind. But this one looks pretty wide, so they need to push it as
Not
well as carry it.
switching. Probably should have switched sweepers on that.
Well, I think it was light all the way, so now they just have another guard, and Sophie's going to just try and draw behind the one that's closer to center line.
And try to draw through the port.
It's a pretty wide port. I like it. It's almost a natural shot.
But
Over on sheet 3, Ben does hit the double to be sitting 1. It looks like Ross will try and return the favor.
Will trying to push that yellow as much as he can. They will get it through.
And now Sophie
taking over.
trying to bury it.
But it's just going to sit on the center line. Maybe a touch buried, but not much. If any. Definitely not an easy shot for Harvard to take. Shooting down the center is always a risky maneuver. But if they clear some of those guards, then it's not the worst result for... Well, it's not great.
Looks like Jack is going for a board weight takeout on this rock.
He wants to keep his around.
Yeah, I think he's hoping to curl a little bit more after he clears the guards and roll to be covered.
RPI 1 went for a takeout on that center one, but missed. Meaning Ben has a chance to guard this and
Question
look
is, do
for
you
a
guard
steal.
it, or do you try and come down to that yellow and sit 2? It's like,
Harvard gonna end up removing one of theirs.
yeah, looks like they were just a little outside.
So if you're just gonna guard this up.
For on sheet 1, it looks like Penn State was able to steal one again. So they're up 2-0 over
Will
Hamilton.
throwing second, trying to get his in, but it's pretty heavy for a guard. Just gonna try and put it in.
I don't know why. I don't think you need to sweep that necessarily.
Well, ideally you do want it. You don't want it in front of the other one for a double.
Yeah, you don't want to leave the easy double for them.
I think that's definitely.
But you also
better
don't.
result.
You also don't want to leave them a rock in the back of the forefoot that they can freeze to.
Very true. So it is a little back, but you can only have to sweep a touch earlier, but definitely not a.
Over on sheet 3, looks like Ben is just throwing guard. Looks like it might overcurl just a bit. So
Roush is going to look to take this one out.
Yeah, you can probably see about half of it from the hack.
You need a lot of weight if you're going to throw that.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the jam on that yellow as well. 'Cause if you hit it just half of it, you can end up spilling your shooter and having the red hit the yellow out. Have red sitting too. So definitely a risky shot. That's what you gotta do to score your 2 with him. And get on the board.
Concerned that if you don't curl enough, though, it could lip and jam on that yellow.
And they're sweeping all the way.
Sweeping as much as they can.
It's curling a lot. I think it might just, yeah, it's gonna top
Just
that
gonna jam
card.
on that.
It's very close.
So,
But they did clear the guard.
oh, that was hammer.
Oh, that was hammer. Okay.
So, another steal of 1 for RPI 2.
These finals have been a story of steals, except for our main event where Harvard was able to take their 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, Penn State getting another steal of 1 on their outside sheet. And Syracuse looking to score with hammer. Yale did score 1 with hammer last end. Syracuse currently sitting 2.
Looks like
Still trying to cut them down a bit.
Looks like Harvard missed their first takeout, and then Penn was overcurled their guard, so Harvard is going to try the takeout again.
It's looking close.
They're going to get 1. And they spill a bit out, so they only got 1. It's not terrible, but UPenn is still sitting 1. Sophie's looking to just put another one in the house or guard.
Probably a guard safer play, and
Yeah,
that's
like-
what she's calling here.
I do like the guard at this point.
Yeah, you can't really get another one close to that. That's gonna
No.
defend it.
Yeah, if you get anything close to that, you're just begging for a double.
Penn's Vice just laying off it. Will trying to push it over a bit, but it is kind of heavy.
Slowing down a bit now. Will's still trying to push it. There we go.
But it is pretty outside.
Yeah, and that rock is almost fully open for Harvard to hit.
I think about half of it's covered. Oh, they're looking the same weight by Jack. Looks like they're throwing that just normal weight, so they do have a chance at that.
I would almost try and throw like board weight and get a little more curl and roll under the guards.
Getting rid of it definitely more important than anything.
Exactly. That's the first thing you want to do, and they do get rid of it.
Is going to spill out. Harvard's sitting 1, but pretty open. And just going to draw in.
The sweepers are on. Oh, no, they're off.
It's pretty heavy, so maybe just going to...
It's got to overcurl that guard, though.
No, they're just going to
They're
try
good.
and
Oh, yeah,
raise
they're
it.
going for the raise.
But there's not a lot of weight. Sophie going to drag it as much as she can.
Yeah, maybe if they'd swept it right from the beginning, they could have gotten a better angle on that. But
At
hindsight
least
is
having something in is good.
Mm-hmm.
Harvard just going to try and draw in.
Yeah, but you don't have hammer. You just want to be a nuisance to the other team, basically.
Get a couple things in, make their lives difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Risky if they can't. Gotta get this in play somewhere, though. Wait. Harvard throwing a UPenn stone right now. Guys? Okay, he realizes. Jack turning around and looking at the scoreboard to see what color he is. There we go. Crisis averted. Red for Harvard. That's going to be kind of inside. Yeah. They're calling off the swing.
But also heavy.
That is heavy. Ooh,
They're
that's
just gonna
not a
bump that
result.
yellow. Maybe get a
wick
nice
in.
roll.
Oh my god. Sophie gonna move it as much as she can, but it is gonna stop.
Ended up as a pretty good shot.
House more open for Penn, but yeah, they're just gonna try and freeze to that one. Or place in front of it at least. Yeah. I'm just gonna draw to the outside. Meanwhile, on sheet 4, Syracuse did convert their hammer into 2, so they are leading 2-1. Hamilton and State are still in their third end on.
He's currently
rocks.
sitting 2.
How's it going, boys?
Hey Kelsey, how are you?
Have you been able to look at the A event, or are you just busy being proud of RPI?
We have been talking about the A event quite a bit.
You know, I have taken a little break, only joining in now, and look at my kids!
They're doing.
They grow up so fast.
Now, I will say this is obviously all week we've been talking about how great of a curler Sophie is, and you know that's been very clear. We don't really have to say it; people can just see it. But has had a very, very prolific college career. But Cordis does have a win on her at the must have been the 2020 Yale Super Spiel back in February of 2020. One of the very few skips in college curling to get a win against Sophie.
Sophie trying to reclaim some of her pride and get that win back.
But at the same time, Jack clearly knows how to do something that a lot of other college curlers don't.
What is that, Kelsey?
How to beat Sophie. But of course, you know, that's easier said than done.
Right.
Like, does lightning strike twice for the Crimson?
Penn's freeze was heavy and is now on the outside. Harvard just gonna try and go
He is looking
onto
for the hit.
it. Oh, he's gonna hit it. Okay.
Is this, his last?
I believe so. Yes, he just threw his previous one.
All right.
Nearly threw a pen stone by accident,
That's our boy.
but he did recover.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind spilling out on this shot. Stealing 2, perfectly A-okay at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely need to throw some weight though. It will curl off the center.
Sure will. But
Probably gonna need to
throwing on the
sweep
line
on
might
it
hug the line for a
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, but they're still sweeping the
little bit.
wrong
way.
side.
I swear I talked to them about that.
Oh my god, that's just gonna go.
Swear I
That's
talked to
going
them about
right
it.
into that. Oh, maybe not.
It's
it's gonna
fine.
get
It's
by.
fine. Just don't want to hit your own. Really want to go. So they will sit.
Sit one,
And-
but take out their own. Oh my god. It's been a constant
I think
issue
it's-
amongst a lot of teams this
It
spiel.
might still be too Harvard though.
It might.
And in my opinion, it
Your completely biased opinion.
okay, you can't act as if I don't love Sophie and Will. I don't know their vice and lead as well, but I'm sure they're also stand-up people. UPenn has never fielded a team I haven't liked. That's a fact. Shout out to Richard Whitaker if he's out there. Absolute legend, long
what a
time
man.
UPenn curling member, and also shout out to Cody Klauser, who's actually playing right now, hoping to get Olympic qualification
Really?
in Omaha. He is 1-1. Team Dunham playing right now against Team Brundage. But why would you be watching that when you could be watching this A-event drama here at Broomstones Curling Club?
Exactly. This
Sleepers
is the
on it
real.
early. It is curling a lot. It'll only curl more once it gets on the center. And they keep going. And this is going to be really close. And oh no.
Just gonna paper off
They get
that.
the roll in.
No.
Just
So
not
a steal
Harvard.
of one, maybe a steal of two.
The big
Devices
H.
are checking it out.
Again, our overhead camera isn't necessarily 100%, but Vices have agreed.
Whatever they've agreed to.
Sneaky Vices. All right, keep your secrets.
Looks like over on sheet 3, RPI 1 is trying to take out the RPI 2 stone that's sitting right at the back of the house.
Max just trying to throw a nice takeout down the line.
That's
Just
really
sweep
good.
on it.
Gotta keep
And-
the sweepers on all the way though.
RPI 2, so far besting RPI 1, stealing one in each of the first ends.
Absolutely.
What y'all say about that?
Well, mirror.
Surprised?
We were talking about it earlier. Mirror matches. There is no clear front runner.
Absolutely, and also can we just say, like, you know, I'll be the one to say it as the only non-RPI alum currently speaking, but how absolutely impressive it is we have two RPI teams both make it through to the A event semifinals.
Absolutely.
That's absolutely crazy. Clearly, and like the Broomstones, not only the Broomstones college field, many college fields in the past have, of course, been RPI versus UPenn finals.
Absolutely.
The great Cody Klauser, again, currently trying to get to the Olympics, and Evan Mulaney, famed Broomstones commentator, a rivalry, but
Absolutely. That was the matchup of not the previous Broomstones, but the one before that.
RPI definitely, if things stand, will be a threat at nationals coming up
Definitely.
in March in Fargo.
Definitely one
should they
squash.
qualify.
And Harvard did get a steal of 2.
And UPenn getting a center guard not going to help.
Looks like RPI 2 is just a little heavy on their draw. So RPI 1 sitting 3 in a good position to maybe take back the lead.
Score going up on sheet 1. Hamilton finally converting on their. Oh, I guess Penn didn't steal the first one. It was
Penn State,
Penn State, yes, thank you.
let's clarify.
On sheet 1, Penn State got 1 in their first end with hammer, then stole. Hamilton now getting 2 with hammer, going into the 4th. 60 minutes to play, at least on the clock. They'll be once that timer is up, they will finish their current end and play one more. Last draw of the day, so no big rush for these teams. But definitely would like to get quite a few ends in if they can. Middle sheet's definitely playing a little slower. Sheet 4 almost done. Paul looking to take out some reds on the center from Yale. 30 people. Gonna clear one, not the other. So Yale still sitting 1 maybe. Maybe Syracuse. It's a player. Ross. Not sure what he was doing, but he's going to end up raising an RPI 2 stone in.
Ooh. Definitely not his plan. But now he has to deal with that.
Harvard just looking to draw.
So RPI 1 probably only sitting 1.
Got 3 big center guards for Harvard, but that's going to be kind of narrow.
Yeah, I think we might just get another center guard.
Maybe they can keep it going, but it's... Ooh, No, it's going to paper off. But they are going to get it into the house, so they at least have something to play. Not where you want it, but still plenty of time to get something else in.
Looks like this end will start off with a race to the button.
Yeah. And I believe Harvard is the first home team from Broomstones to get through to the A event final in quite a while.
Really?
Yes.
Quite a while. MIT, Harvard, the last several years have, in general, found it a little tricky to get to Sunday. Of course, we saw MIT earlier in the C event semifinals, where they did make us question a little bit at the end if they would repeat the miracle they had yesterday with their surprise upset over Harvard too. But really, like you say that, but not too surprising that we see Harvard here. Jack is the only Broomstones member here that is curling this weekend. He curls on Sunday nights. He is my dear second on my team that, I hope he saves some energy. He has a draw tonight at 4 with me. We are currently undefeated.
Well, he's skipping. There's no energy involved in skipping. No physical energy, at least.
Right. Well, you better be ready to sweep my rocks at second. And
They're
then
sweeping this in. It's looking
it
close
looks
for
great.
Harvard.
It's looking really good.
Looking really good.
Bryn really working.
But a little
Going
heavy.
Behind button, but I think it will stick around behind coverage.
He's trying real hard to.
But doesn't
No.
quite get Harvard sits two. And then Jack's also playing Thursday nights as lead in our all men's league, and it definitely is a bit of an advantage having played on this ice regularly, playing on this ice Thursday, Friday, and Sunday.
How does he have time for school in the middle of all that?
Well, he goes to Harvard, so it's not too hard for him, I assume.
Right, yeah. Famous safety school.
Famous safety. It's not like he's a STEM major.
Right.
No, of course.
What is his major?
I believe he works with he works in kind of medical anthropology. He's explained it to me.
Okay.
He works a lot with substance use and addiction.
Okay. So themed slacker.
But I think right now, he's working on seeing if there might be, for his thesis, I think he's told me he's working on correlation between diabetes medication and how it might actually also be helping with heart disease and related ailments. So, honestly, out there trying to make the world a better place.
Right now he's working on a draw, though.
And they just want to come up for
Quite
Vice Grid.
a few draws on that path have gone through. Penn had 2 go through the house.
Maybe a bit of a
Harvard
slick
got
spot.
one.
Of course, also talking about RPI's absolute dominance in college curling the last several years and continuing today. Will
Unfortunately-
Muldowney
Absolutely.
on
Penn.
UPenn.
The traitor.
I didn't even recognize the man.
Seeing him in a Penn uniform is
Jarring?
cursed.
Well, imagine how
Cursed.
UPenn feels seeing RJ curling in Yale on Yale 2 earlier today. Of course, obviously, I'm sure many of these hurlers choosing their future academic destinations due to their curling team.
Of course.
I would.
I don't know for sure on Will, but I believe he had been going between RPI and Penn, so
Oh.
it is very possible he had been.
I'll say it right now, James, Isaac, y'all, me, Evan, what would it really take to be full-time students at UMass Boston?
Right. Let's.
Can be fun.
Can we just go to a community college? Just
As long as we're designated as full-time students, I believe we could really go and
let's.
return to our former glory, And again, even on a different line, just going through for Bryn, unable to adjust. And also, I will say, this Harvard team does have a bit more experience. We've talked a lot about a lot of these teams being a lot of fresh faces, of course, taking a year off last year from the pandemic, so...
There's a pandemic?
I'll be honest.
Try again.
I've heard about it.
UPenn gonna try for this draw. one
Do you
more
have
time.
more on those? is.
I have so many. I started this stream with the Wii Sports music.
Iconic.
Yeah. Well, we let the bagpipes play first. Best part about the Broomstones feel is that there is someone actually playing the bagpipes
Of
instead of a
course,
CD.
not just a CD. We're better than that here. And again, looks heavy, but fortunately it has backing at the hit and roll. Might have even been what's called an unforgettable trachea for Harvard to remove. Unless they can, and again, they can get the curl, but might not get the push back for them to lay more than one. But
Not a bad result if you're
not
laying one.
a bad result at all for. And
Let's see
again,
what
we've
Jack
seen
does
so
here.
many things go through. Whether there's a slick spot, might be hard for Jack to adjust as well on his first. But as I was saying, both of these teams making it through the A event final clearly has some experience on both sides. Of course, Will coming from RPI, Jack being homegrown curler, only in his second year, I believe.
Really?
Third, maybe.
Okay, that makes
third
more
year.
sense. That makes
He's
more
totally
sense.
a third year.
I think that's the real sweet spot for a lot of these teams is when you're.
Well, it's college. A lot of people have a max of 4. So I believe this is the start of Jack's third year. Again, taking a 1-year break. So
Big center guard for RPI on sheet 3.
starting with us on the 18.
Looks like RPI
and, oh
won.
my gosh.
Jack trying to sweep
really
it.
going hard, but it will just be lighted.
It is very light. Yeah, that's on the 12, right?
Yep.
They need to be on 4.
Not even in the 8, and
You really could have been
not even in the 8.
more heavy on that and just hoped for hitting it.
But right, the curl was right there. Clearly, the line was correct. Just
Real rough if you're Harvard, but definitely not the worst scenario. They don't have hammer, so
absolutely not. But if anything, that might act as a natural guard of them trying to come in again.
right. But it can still make a
This is college curling.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
yeah. It can make the draw for Penn a little harder, and it does leave them the ability to either raise it or just put another one in. Just try and play a force. If you're Harvard, you don't really need much else after a steal of 2.
So Penn, their vice is listed as Michael, and their second is listed as Zuki. I'm not sure if they're playing in that order, but that order implies to me that they might also have a bit of experience if they are put ahead, theoretically, of RPI former curler Wilma Downey. But
Yeah.
on this Harvard team, again, Jack, very experienced third-year curler, especially here at Broomstones. Bryn coming in, new to Harvard, not new to curling, coming in from Toronto, where, I think they started curling out of the womb.
Your
That's
thoughts?
what I've heard.
And then we have, I believe, also third-year curler Angelo. Hasn't been able to make as many practices or tournaments, but always happy to see him here. Of course, not wearing his famed sweater that he wore yesterday. Am I worried that that's their good luck charm? A bit.
So far, they're doing
But so
all
far,
right,
they're
though.
all right. Maybe it's not the sweater. Maybe it's just pure skill and talent. And then, yes, first year curler Julia's been to a couple practices here and now, getting much more experience on the ice this weekend. Getting, I believe this is 4th or 5th game for Harvard.
I think that it's their 5th.
It should be their
10
fifth
hours of
game.
curling really will give you much more experience than you might even believe.
Yeah. It is even a good idea for a lot of these teams. If you've only touched the ice a couple times, just going right into a spiel because you can get the equivalent of weeks of practice in a single weekend.
Absolutely, a lot of team building as well.
Yeah. That's what I did my first time.
Jack, I think, seeing a draw from the other side, just coming through that port again, not the way we usually like to come through ports.
No.
But I think he might be concerned that if he were to draw around the other side, he either both wouldn't count and also could leave an in off for Penn.
And while Penn has hammer, I think still getting to, they just need 8 foot to count for second.
Yeah.
Jack might also be seeing his own rock as a bit of backing, so might feel just a little more comfortable
I
with
believe
this
they're
draw.
already counting second because Penn only has 1 in.
True, but still, they're just in the scoring area for Penn to get their second in.
Very true.
Very true.
Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very
goes. That's my second.
It's a little soft.
Switching the sweepers again.
Oh, and they really have to go. It sure is
It's
curling.
super
It
light.
is already on those guards at the front. And
It's
unfortunately,
way light.
also not blocking out either of those sides for Sophie. We'll see what Sophie decides to do.
It's like
Late, I believe.
just needs to touch the 8.
Right? A couple of, only an inch or so into the 8 foot. Plenty of room on the right side, I would say. It would definitely be my preferred way to come in.
But she's looking at the left side.
Jack did just try it, so maybe she saw a line that she enjoys. Again, it's Sophie. Any decision Sophie makes, I'm not going to critique because it's probably
Right.
way better than anything I would say.
Yeah, it's better than any of my skip calls. But yeah,
So me saying
For-
I'd
for
probably
the-
come from the other side, probably just a sign of me being less experienced than Sophie.
There's that high guard that is making things very tricky.
Yeah.
Exactly. Not the way you usually want to come through a port. Just through a high guard and then a low guard. Usually you want to go past that low guard.
for the people at home, it is worth noting that the houses are flipped on stream from the way we see it. So when we say left, we mean right.
True.
Very difficult for us to read these.
We'll hopefully try to refer to it in terms of the vice standing in the house, perhaps. We'll see if we actually will.
That's
Looking a
Sophie
bit
might be trying to
wide,
go,
looking a bit straight.
maybe
Still
go on
sweeping
the
to
outside of the
curl
guard.
and hoping to get through that
No,
overhang.
It's
Don't
just
think
gonna
she'll
crash
get
in that
there.
guard.
She will be forced to one, and obviously, as we mentioned a few times on stream, when you have the hammer, you want at least 2, and Sophie clearly unhappy with that.
unfortunate result for them. Him giving up hammer. Score 4-1. Harvard leading.
And Harvard taking the hammer back.
Meanwhile, we have on sheet 3, RPI scored 1 with hammer. It has
3 in the house.
3 in the house. RPI 1, that is. And we have sheet 1, or Hamilton sitting 2, it looks like. Penn State trying to draw in. Sheet 4, Yale Syracuse. Yale has 2 in the house. Syracuse has none. Syracuse is trying to take some out.
Looks like RPI 2 just crashed on the guard.
That's a good call. But it will spill out on Syracuse. Yale leading 3-2. RPI leading RPI 2-1. RPI 2 leading 2. Harvard, our gold medal match, leading 4-1. Harvard with hammer. And trying to place a guard. That's just going to go all the way to behind the T line. Jack gonna think about this for a second.
Probably trying to think, I'm up with 3, I have hammer. Do I want to commit to putting that corner guard up like I've been trained? Or do I want to freeze down? I would want to freeze down. I think that's already potentially reducing your scoring area. But putting that up does mean you could theoretically hit your red. Should Julia make the shot?
Right. I think it makes sense because if you're...
My concern might be putting up a guard.
It looks pretty heavy though.
The heavier the rock, the less it has time to get that curl in, even on our swingy ice.
But it is
And it
starting
is
to move.
coming over. Will it come over enough before it gets there?
They're
Again,
gonna
it's
push
enough
it a little more.
time.
If they can.
Just bump it.
Just a bit of a touch, not enough to get it out of the rings, but Harvard will be sitting, but again behind T.
Very unsure why they didn't try and push that rock a bit.
It looked like
Heat
Sophie
of the moment sometimes,
indicated
I
like a
think.
biter at the top of the house, which I'm not sure.
I think, Harvard has hammer. I think that Sophie's going to stick to her plan, make sure she gives up a guard. I don't mind it being a biting guard. definitely want, if they do steal, it would be nice to steal more than one. Of course, you can really do damage by just stealing one every end. It's pulling over.
Dragging quite a lot, but will not really be guarding either of those.
But
Not even
still
biting.
near the center.
That is true. Better that it's not guarding Harvard's.
Just a lot of rocks to go, but if that doesn't move, still, of course, it doesn't leave necessarily a fully open draw for Jack, but again, lots of rocks to go. And Jack decided to utilize it.
Ooh, and over on sheet 3, Ben had a really nice hit to roll up and to sit behind cover.
So RPI 2
Ross taking
sitting
a
one.
big
right
breath, figuring, what line do I call now?
Yeah, what can I even do?
It's a very tough rock to deal with if you're RPI 1. And meanwhile,
Julia looking a bit
pretty heavy on that draw as well. It's going to clip theirs. Both will stick around, so not
Pushes
the worst
there.
result.
Rock currently sitting a little bit more behind T, a
Sophie
little
just
bit
gonna draw.
over, probably still fully exposed from a right-hand delivery. It's still closer to the protection of the guard.
Two very heavy draws on the side of Harvard. Those were more like
So
back
he
line,
indicates
maybe
this
back
line. This was a little
It's like
wide,
Ross-
looks a little hot.
Looks like Ross over on sheet 3 is trying to come down with a little bit of weight.
looks like a
close.
nice-
Oh, but he just goes off the side.
Very close.
And now we see that yellow rock carving in, but just not enough weight. It'll be counting fourth.
Yes. Just biting.
Jack
Jack
says,
and I try and draw
come through this
it.
port. Come through this port. Also,
What do you feel about drawing from the outside instead of going through that port? That
I
seems
like this
fairly
shot
risky.
because even if it's light, it'll just build a wall around your rock.
That's
Of
fair.
course, rock behind T. Sophie could come from her left, and I think on our I still draw down to it and be counting. But I don't mind this. Although I think Angela's
Looking inside a
Angela's first round definitely looking inside. Maybe Jack can get a nice roll to again get that like choice B, getting that guard up, and that won't be too bad. But spills that first guard that was doing a lot of work for them in.
bit. Sophie just gonna draw around.
Yep.
Or will draw around, as it were.
Sophie not having hammer, want to get tricky rock, reduce the scoring area for Harvard. She gets one right behind there. Harvard might, if they want a big end, think about a nice raise, but it all depends where this rock
Normal
goes.
Downy.
Absolute legend.
Absolutely.
Looking narrow initially and already on the red. How far will it go and what potential damage will it do?
Not much.
Not much. Too
Just
light,
pushing it
too
over.
much.
Just trying to get a bit of a tap on their yellow. Pushed
And
it.
unfortunately for UPenn, they no longer really have an angle to raise that yellow rock at the top of the 12 end for a last ditch attempt by the skip should they need like a dramatic raise run back.
Looks like over on sheet 3, RPI 2 was successful in their steal. So they're now up 3-1.
That would not be a steal.
Oh. No, you're right. No, okay.
They were forced to one.
Forced to 1.
Meanwhile, she
But they did make a really good shot to be sitting 1.
Harvard gonna end up tapping theirs in quite a
Into
bit.
second though, but not a great position. Sophie has a lot of options to come in and freeze, reduce that scoring
I
area.
think you can get that double there to sit 4.
But that is pretty risky.
It is risky, but
You're very likely, though it is there, if you're any amount wide on it, you're just gonna, or if you're any amount closer to nose, you're just gonna take out one of your own, and
Nudge your own yellow. For
they're
sure.
just gonna go for a draw. Very safe play on UPenn side, which is not a bad idea. You still got a lot of game to play.
I like this a lot. Again, fighting against having the hammer reducing the scoring area.
A lot of the strategy with skipping is just keeping track of how many ends you have to play.
You really don't want the stone to be light. It looks pretty
Really light. It's gonna end up being
light. It's gonna be a corner
guard.
That is not what
And
you
again,
want.
if I'm Harvard, I want to put one about 10 o'clock, top 8, just full top 8, counting 3, but blocking off that draw. And honestly, at this point, Harvard doesn't need to get greedy. They don't need to be counting 3. They can be happy with currently counting 2 with hammer.
And it looks like Jack is happy with it because he's calling for a guard. Not a bad shot. If you're a bit heavy, you can always just draw it in anyway.
Not really a hit and roll from Jack's left. Clearly concerned about the inward hit and roll. So putting that guard up there. Bryn looking maybe a little heavy.
Probably
Gotta
just
get
gonna
this
have
rock
to
to
draw.
stop.
At this point, they're probably just going to draw it
Losing
in.
throw.
Yeah.
Jack calling for the hit and roll off their own at this point, perhaps, to get the exact result they were looking for.
And that'll work.
And that's exactly what we talked about, is being creative as a skip, using what's given to you to your advantage.
You gotta know, okay, I've got this shot that I want, but
Right.
what if I'm wide? What if I'm narrow?
Exactly. Not how they wanted to make the shot, but the result they were looking for.
That's part of the biggest decisions you should be making when you're deciding what shot to make.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You want to have extra plans.
Do I have wiggle room to miss?
Exactly. You could call like the shot that turns out perfectly, but if it's just off by a little bit and it ends up poorly, you might not want to call that shot instead of the shot that might end up slightly good, no matter
I
what.
think this yellow to yellow is kind of blocked. I don't really see many ways you hit this yellow that it doesn't just go on through the house. Or
Just
kind
gonna
of just
paper it.
crash. And
Harvard's still sitting 2.
that does open up the angled raise barely.
I don't think you have the right angle for it though. I think
Yeah, if you're gonna hit that one enough, it's just gonna go across the front of the house. Kelsey stepping away for a second to discuss with Evan their secret plans.
It's okay. Evan wasn't just attacked by co-star. Aren't we all every morning? And I like how this draw's coming. It needs to stop curling, go a little farther.
they're trying to drag it as far as they can to get it
Not
sitting.
gonna count for third, but they are still sitting second. Very decent spot, and a decent spot for just a nice little tap angled raise to get to third if they need it with hammer. But Sophie has all to do right now.
Just taking a step back, looking at all the angles that she can possibly make a shot.
Right? It would be a huge angled run back to use that yellow. She thinks maybe just draw in.
I
And we
think
have
that's
a
what she's
slider
calling.
gone from RPI.
Renegade slider. Gotta watch out.
This could be very dangerous.
Dan
So-
Donkowski, playing for a couple of years, still hasn't gotten shoes.
What's up with that?
I don't know.
I think we start a Kickstarter for that young lad.
He really needs a pair of shoes.
All right. So I'm not sure if with this line, again, it does curl a ton here. They might be able to get, I'm sure they would be able to get shot with the right line call.
It is
But
tough. They haven't played very much on this side.
It's very far out too, and of course farther out on the sheet where you're not throwing a lot of stones on, doing a lot of sweeping necessarily, can get frosty, can get a little slower than you think it is.
And curl less than you think it does.
Very
Yeah.
unsure what happened to that rock on RBA too. It's gonna kick it, get moved. It's gonna fall, not
It
turn.
does potentially have.
That rock is
Definitely wanna
looking
be-
okay. I
wanna
think
be
they're just gonna
heavier
look
than lighter.
I think Will's trying
Hit
to
it.
push it as far over
Motion
as they
is
can.
far- and it's starting to look very good.
Very good
But
shot,
Just not enough.
but they are sitting second.
Does absolutely cut them down. That's only Sophie's first. She'll have another go at it. I would be surprised if Harvard just tries that exact same line. Again, if Jack is light, would just plug it up.
There is
Make
that.
Sophie not be able to do the same thing with her second
There
shot.
is that port down the center. Sophie wants to take out that the sitting red rock.
True, might, but with that kind of weight to get through that port,
That's real tricky.
really risky to lose your shooter, and would be a steal of one.
But there's
So
not many
still a
other ways to
success,
get your
clawing
one
back.
in this situation.
But they don't really need the one.
A steal's a steal, I say.
It is, but you know,
You
you're
can
happy.
go-
You're happy going into the.
If you go down by 6 and steal one every other end, you win that game. I speak from experience. The MIT way.
All about the comeback.
It's all about the comeback, my guy. Look, what we've seen from the miraculous work by the MIT team skipped by Declan Gale is not new to MIT, and that's
Pretty
looking a
close.
little heavy. A hit roll is not the worst Jack could do here,
By the guard.
but I
let
think it's
up.
heavier than they think it is, though.
Yeah, that's just gonna go right through.
No, it won't. It'll stop, but not for. It will.
Oh,
be
it
for
will count second.
Get a little bit of a beneficial tap, rub off that red, but leave an absolute pocket for Sophie. Again, if Sophie just can get one, even if it goes onto those reds, and Jack's able to draw down, it'll be a force to one. Sophie greatly could reduce the scoring area, and I wouldn't be surprised if she made this perfectly.
What has Jack's skipping experience been so far?
Jack has skipped a lot at Harvard. He kind of came into Harvard at a bit of a mass exodus at the same time when Harvard really expanded quickly and started having 2 teams at tournaments instead of 1. So it was thrown in the house pretty quickly. So though he's a third-year curler, got a lot of skipping experience last year. I believe might have even been set up to skip at Nationals.
Really?
Nope, never mind. That was Cat. Cat definitely would have been set up to be second at Natties. But after having gone to a ton of tournaments, a lot of skipping experience.
Sophie's
Lots
rock.
of weight.
Looks a little heavy.
Will
though.
just trying to push
Looks
it.
decent to me. Looks decent to me.
Just got a curl. By the rock.
They're yelling. Sophie's yelling at it. It's close, but just
Ooh.
maybe not enough.
Harvard's definitely still sitting 1. Maybe 2.
The overhead, it looks like it might have just been enough for 2.
So Harvard's sitting 2.
Our angle isn't necessarily 100%. They're looking at this angle raise right away.
I mean-
I think that's what they got.
Yeah, you can't throw to that side no matter what.
You know what I don't hate though?
What?
In terms of being a person that likes to call shots that has a B, C, D, E through K shot.
Yeah.
I don't mind trying to do the raise on that redstone that's just up to the left of our vice ren from the center line. Just try, because even if something happens, you might get a beneficial rub and have your shooter going. Could be fun.
Interesting.
But again, that's me calling the how many ways can I miss the shot and still have something happen versus what I think the shot should be, which is what Jack has called.
Right. I think we really need some ability to draw on this stream.
You know, Evan and I were talking about that. TSN does have a bit of an issue. Vic Router, Glenn Howard sometimes can't get that thing to work either, and Broomstones not known for its huge technological advances.
This is going to be a little iffy. It's
I
going
don't
to
hate
be
it.
close.
Don't hate
Got a
it.
curl.
Might want to sweep it at that angle with that. Actually, no. Looks. Oh, honestly, Jack. Never mind. Might want to
Oh.
sweep for curl on that one. They really great weight.
Looks like just one.
Just an inch over. So Harvard forced to 1, extending their lead.
Not a bad result
Halfway
for
through.
Penn, but Penn did have a force of their own on the other end, so sitting 5-1, going into the 5th end of our gold medal match. Our RPI 2 leading 3-1. House favoring RPI 2. Ben playing a very good game. Actually 3. Leading over the 1 team.
If Harvard and UPenn can play these next 2 ends quickly, they might be able to get their 8th end in.
Right.
Very exciting.
They will need to play very quickly and be very close.
And on sheet 1, Penn State, who had gone down 2-0, Hamilton, who had gone down 2-0 to Penn State, is now leading 5-2. Got a 2 on hammer, a steal of 2, and another steal of 1. Yale Syracuse still in their 4th end. Oh no, they blanked their 4th end. I'm sorry. So they are in their 5th.
Over on sheet 3, looks like RPI 2 is sitting 1 in back of the 4-foot. Just trying to draw in another one. Maybe even bump up.
Looks pretty light.
Took an over curl. She's gonna end up as a corner guard. If it's
No, not even.
No, yeah, no, just.
And this draw gonna be a little heavy. Jack gonna sweep that all the way out. Yale looking for an in-out takeout on Syracuse. House very empty on sheet 4. I think people at home can't see that sheet, but gonna try and leave it open. Gonna clear it and lose their shooter. 2 rocks on the far right side of the corner of the house, but neither in. Syracuse gonna draw it. Syracuse with hammer. And Harvard gonna get a very nice draw in there, but a good spot for Sophie to call a freeze or a tap. And yes, we've got the score up there, so it is 5-1.
This rock looks a little heavy.
Definitely been some issues on their lead side the past couple ends on draw weight. But it is close. It's coming over. It's coming over quite a lot. That looks very nice.
Nice shot.
And I believe they did tap that one back enough that they are sitting one.
A really good shot from UPenn's lead.
Really gotta get my soundboard prepared. Oh. Wide from the side of Harvard. It's about a foot or 2 wide of
2 feet wide.
2 feet wide of the shot, and just way too much weight on that. That was the really board weight. Maybe they were trying for a takeout. It was hard to see. Sophie just gonna try and put something in front. She's sitting one and happy to do so. Second from Penn, his former RPI, on for his draw.
He's taking off his jacket from all that sweeping they had to do.
He has been a busy man on the sheet today.
Oh yeah. Really getting those stones where they need to go.
Penn calling that off. That is all right spot for that. Maybe we want it a little higher.
Yeah.
There is a double there, kind of.
It does definitely leaves a double there for Harvard.
But whether or not they will go for that outright.
I mean,
Jack looking elsewhere. Tapping on the other side.
I think Harvard needs to move some of these stones around.
It's definitely not an automatic double or anything like that.
No.
It would not be an easy shot.
And Harvard might be fine with just limiting UPenn to 1 for this end. And getting
Looking at maybe a peel of, looking at a peel of that red center. I do like this. Definitely want to keep the house open if you're Harvard. They did get 2 in their first end after a pretty rough house for them, but it's still not a situation you want to be in. Penn probably just going to have to put it right back after them. Maybe if you're lucky, you can get a run back on this. Ooh, that's going to be pretty wide, though. And
They're trying to push it over. I don't think.
But I would lay off that at this point. Just papered it a little bit.
Looks like over on sheet 3, RPI 2 got their steal, so they're now up 4-1.
Only end. Nobody has scored more than 1 in an end on sheet 3. Very close game, but lots of steals from RPI 2. I'm going to put up a corner. I believe that was supposed to be center guard, but I'm going to just try and put something else up.
They're sweeping it all the way.
Try and get more stuff in the house. Try and get a big
Maybe-
steal going if they can.
Maybe tap it. Oh, they have hammer this end.
Oh, they do. You're right. Sorry. It's the big end.
They're trying to set up to make up the ground that they've lost.
Yeah. Jack is sick of all of those. He is just going to try and get rid of some of this stuff.
Yep, there's not many ways that this can go wrong. You just want to get rid of any of the yellows.
You can call it normal weight, maybe a little more.
But that is, yeah, you definitely need to throw a lot of weight.
That is a lot of weight. That's closer to firm.
Yeah, it's coming close to that.
Close, and it's going to
Nice
chip
shot.
off their own.
Yeah,
Better catch that.
not terrible.
Still clearing up the house. Gonna give Penn an opportunity to put up a guard on those, though.
Mm-hmm.
Harvard was doing better when I was standing here, so I'm back.
Welcome back. Enjoying some leftovers.
Absolutely.
Best part about it is
These are sponsors of Slavish Shop Deli section who were very nice to me when I asked for like 20 pounds of sliced meats. And of course, our other sponsors. The Spirit of Curling. The Spirit of Curling, always there for you when you need it. To help guide you on your way. The Spirit of Curling always gives the correct line. Always shows you the right path.
You gotta pull up. Either you remember that scene from The Princess Bride where they try and find the direction of where to go, where he just holds up his sword and has his ghost dad
Sure
try
do.
and lead him the way.
Sure
You
do.
gotta do that same thing. Penn looking real nice with this. Gonna try and take out that back red.
And they will.
And they will. So, lots of stuff in the house.
Set up.
Very scary if you
You know?
are Harvard.
Freeze. I know. Alex and Evan, my fellow Broomstones college program volunteers, are over there probably also having their own opinions, but I don't mind a freeze to cut down the scoring area.
If you get a good freeze, then there's not much that UPenn can do except just like take 1 or 2.
We're on Vice's second, right?
looks like, yeah, there's 4 stones in play and 1 stone in play.
Freeze would make them second. Perfect freeze. Might even make them
I think
counting.
he's just going for a takeout.
But he's going to clean this up. And Bryn can throw that up way. So I will not be surprised to see a couple stones leave the house here.
They're sweeping this
Absolutely
all, but-
hard. I wonder if Jack's maybe not taking enough ice, but you know what?
Oh! A triple from Harvard.
Use your vices up weight if he's got it.
Throws a ton of weight, clears 3.
Absolute end saver. Yes, get that fist bump from your skip. You deserve it, Bryn.
Absolutely fantastic shot from Harvard.
Now Sophie just looking at her exposed stone.
I feel like that deserves a
Oh,
set
yeah?
award.
Nice shot.
I don't have a great shot on the answer.
You've been still seeing if they can get there too from this end. Wowie wow. I think that's even better than Jack might have expected it turning out.
I mean, that's one of those shots where you just throw a lot of weight down the middle.
No,
And
and then set up another double if Jack can hit that on the nose.
I think he
Going
wants
for the freeze.
a freeze. It's really whatever he feels more confident in. But the double would not be bad if you're on the side of Harvard. But, you know, that's if you make it.
The freeze would make them shot, kind of tricky to remove, but like, I don't think you need to go for a steal here. I think forcing the one is absolutely perfect if you're Harvard.
Especially after that triple.
Absolutely after that triple, but it's all about what Jack wants to throw. And I hope Jack he's seeing that double. He's looking, he's seeing, he's not giving enough ice.
He is expecting to throw the same weight that Bryn just threw.
It would be impressive, because I haven't seen him do it before.
Yeah, most players, especially at the college level, cannot throw very fast weight. And
Maybe
I
there's
can't either.
Maybe there's a straight spot we don't know about, but yeah, you would want nose on this. Get both.
You're going to need to speed that out of hand on this. If you're going to call this.
Angelo, get ready, and you better be on rock, my guy.
Sweeping definitely been kind of an issue for Harvard. Throwing that with a lot. He is a little further outside.
Angelo's ready to be on rock. And, sometimes you give the broom, you're going to throw.
He's very outside now.
And takes care of one. Still has another rock. But,
Not ideal, but you know what?
and you know what? If you're going to take away one of Penn's rocks, I'd want it to be the one above T.
That is definitely true. And it's, you go for the double,
Try
but
again.
if you hit it, I did not mean to post that one. But UPenn is going to try again on this. My phone has gone renegade and is now calling without my assistance. Oh, that was accurate. Got a lot. Oh, I have crowd noise. So I can. We'll see on this shot what happens.
Oh, shoot. Well, it's taking off his jacket.
He has.
Sweeping up a storm. And Sophie just threw
Weight looks pretty close. You might want to
a
sweep a
shot
little
similar
bit.
to this.
You want this in the house.
Absolutely.
Looks like the sweepers will get it there.
You amaze me.
Is that in actually?
Oh my god, something's controlling the computer that's not me.
Oh, Team Gear. Who the hell is on Team Gear?
I don't know, but I'm sure they're only doing 5 things.
angry IP scanner.
I'll be honest, it doesn't look great.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary if you're me. But clearly they're guns. Can you try to run downstairs and ask who the hell is controlling this?
I mean, if they're doing it like this, they're certainly not downstairs.
That's true, but maybe they know. Are we getting hacked?
Well, looks like Jack is going for that freeze.
The thing about TeamViewer is you would have to have controlled it from this side, so that must be someone who's
It might be Alan.
maybe.
I chose Alan with my life.
That's
Here
a good
Jack
shot
comes.
if you're Harvard.
Oh,
Gonna freeze
Harvard.
right there.
Jack.
Nice shot.
As Alex said yesterday, about 4 hours of sleep in on about 40. Jack Cordes, we're like Jack Cordes. Also, last I checked, we have 31 viewers. Thanks for joining us today. I know my teams, while you continue laughing at that amazing joke made by former MIT skip, Dr. Alexander W. Hull.
Doctor?
Absolutely.
Damn.
You graduated. That's what happens. They make you a doctor.
I mean, that's more than graduating.
Well, I went to Colgate first. That's what happens when you go to grad school for 6 years. They eventually just tell you you're a doctor.
Get that
Ooh,
SCD.
what's Ross doing over here?
His best.
Isn't that the truth? Ross is great.
RPI is sitting 3. And this is not Hammer. This is his first shot, so he's just going to try and put some more stuff in. Hope he can get a big end.
I prefer just a top 12 situation on that line.
It is very possible that's what he's doing. I was not paying attention.
He might
I think he called for it a little more.
He honestly might need a little more ice, I think.
Touch.
Lots of curl.
There's a lot of
here
margin.
on Broomstones ice. And Penn just going to have to draw in against this. Maybe are they throwing...
I think they're trying to throw a little heavy.
Throw
Maybe
a little heavy and
Try to get
kick
it
it out.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to go look, and then our computer's been taken over.
Matic.
I'm just having faith.
Oh, that looks like a thing.
Fine. Oh, they're trying to change our camera angles?
Oh, thank you, mysterious benefactor.
In RPI.
It's the spirit of curling!
Oh my god,
Ah!
it's right here. I sure hope whoever's doing this is watching the stream.
You have to be, no? I
Prob-
check if they're commenting, but this is on the computer and I don't want to, like, stop what they're up
Yeah.
to.
If you can see us, mysterious benefactor, would you please move the camera to the other screen?
There's probably a bit of a delay as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It's also hard to do that with TeamViewer.
Very true.
Because I think it only shows one screen at a time.
Anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about this curling. What happened?
And I was not paying attention, but Harvard did steal.
My...
So up 6-1.
Them's my kids. 2 of them are older than me, but them's my kids.
Well, that's the fun of leaving college curling. Is you get to refer to everyone underneath you as children.
Exactly.
I was doing that earlier.
Oh, my little students.
Exactly.
Back there,
Little
doing their best.
Cherubs.
Ross, sweet summer child, who is
Absolutely.
a few months younger than me.
Absolutely.
Former roommate.
Twinkle in his eyes, so
Twinkle in his eyes.
so adorable to see.
Ross Lancaster, one of the trio of fantastic virtual curlers.
And you
of
know,
you,
usually-
me, and of me, Ross, and James here.
Wow.
Taking
And you
on.
know, usually bad sportsmanship for the opposing skip and vice to be that close chatting with the other team's vice, but
They don't care.
I mean they're all sharing a car home. Do they have 2 cars?
I
I
have 3 cars.
Rich. Money.
have 3 cars.
Yeah, well, we brought 9 people, so I guess they didn't want to crowd 5 people in one car.
Oh, they do have an alternate. I
For
forgot
the
about that.
pick? Or the tick? Because if she did, that's a beautiful
Based
tick.
on the time remaining, it looks
Oh
like
my goodness.
Harvard and UPenn will only have 2 more ends, so this one and the next one.
Yeah,
So-
very unlikely. Jack, for all of the accolades I could give him in terms of his personality, his curling ability, his skipping ability, not the fastest player.
Now, this has been a very, very thoughtful paced game. That's the way I'd put it.
I'll be honest, I'm driving.
I mean, both teams have been thinking a lot about their shots. It is a very important game, so you do want to make sure you get something. That's going to start
And again,
to crash.
of course, I love that UPenn team so much, but it's just so nice no matter where you are to see. And they're trying to get their corner guard back.
It's going to move a little too much, but it's going to cam
Not
back,
bad.
so that's not a bad result for Harvard.
All by Julia.
RPI.
It's just always really nice. Oh wow, Ross.
RPI 1 drawing in for 5.
Ross is not today.
Oh my god.
Ross says we're doing another. Doing another 2, Fram.
So now RPI won with the first huge end.
Quite the game.
Went down 4-1 with a lot of steals from RPI 2. Now up 6-4 with an end of 5.
And that's how quickly things can change in these games.
Absolutely. But both teams will be happy with whatever the result is.
Anyway, as I was saying and trying to defend
Sorry.
my slight bias towards Harvard that made
Only
the
slight.
edging out, I think it's always really nice to see a home team win their home spiel, especially again has not happened in a long time for Broomstones.
There's still 2 ends to play. You might want to.
But I'm saying I'm enjoying that they're taking the lead. So far, I've been in control this game. And again, events a very more than worthy opponent.
Of course.
And also, UPenn has not really faced a challenge so far.
They have not.
I don't think they've really been down ever this tournament so far.
Very possibly.
I mean, I could say the same about the 2 RPIs until their semifinals.
I believe UPenn had a very close game against Notre Dame in their first match.
Harvard as well having very, very close games. We have Skip Paul
Isn't that-
representing Syracuse over on 4. They had a very close game against him. I believe Harvard also had a very close game against one of the Yale teams, maybe even the one that's playing against Syracuse on sheet 4.
Was that the? No, that wasn't.
I could look at the bracket.
No, I was
It
trying to
was
see
Yale
that.
1. Who's there? So yes, Harvard did play both teams currently in the CFM final. And close matches. Jack having the... I don't want to be prolific on this game at all. Jack having a bit of a habit of having control. Absolutely losing it and tying it up, and if not going down, and then just edging back. Which
Sometimes
again,
that's all you need.
it's all about the final score, but does it make those college league volunteers lose a few months on their life?
Yeah. We got some updates from you for the outside sheets, which are not on stream. Penn State scored 1 with Hammer, currently sitting 1 in the house, down 5-3. Hamilton leading 5-3 with Hammer. This is going to be their second to last end if they end up playing another after that. Sheet 4 is a very back and forth game between Yale and Syracuse. After the blank, Syracuse scored 2 with their Hammer, and then Yale scored 3 with theirs, going into the 7th. Syracuse with 1 at the far back of the 12, and Yale on the 3 o'clock of the forefront.
Every single time I call them on that side, I've killed them.
At this point, if you're Harvard, I would just be doing the takeout game. You were up so
Exactly.
much with only 2 ends to go.
It all depends on how confident you're feeling in your takeouts. If it's Vice's Rocks coming up, then Bryn. What's his name, Bryn?
Bryn?
Yeah.
Like Bryn Mawr.
Just trying to make sure I don't mess up people's names.
Absolutely.
Who nailed a fantastic takeout in the previous end. Will be very happy
Will.
to go for one.
Unfortunately, that rock's coming just behind the line there.
So,
Jack had the decision to make. Does he come
A
down and freeze
tricky
to it?
line. I don't know if the line is quite there for the freeze.
Or
yeah, you've got. It's close, but you do have that red close up, and he's looking at the other side. I would even consider just a takeout at this point.
A hit and roll, even?
Yeah, maybe you could even just hit your red.
Flat one?
If you could nose your red, you could get that one out, spill in, but or you could just try and take out the back one. But if he's not confident in that is a lot of the job of the Skip Vice duos, especially to figure out what people feel confident in. Looks like they're looking at the hit and roll.
Absolutely. Although Bryn very accomplished. Would I still give a little more groom jack, maybe a little bit?
Maybe.
Maybe a touch.
But that guard is kind of high,
Roll
so
heavy.
it's throwing a good amount of weight on
I think
that.
they want to roll behind Jack's left side.
That is true.
Curl looks pretty
He still needs to
close.
curl a bit more for that roll.
Sweeping the right side. Angelo, Julia, talking about it later. And get the roll.
They do get the roll,
They
but
don't
just too
count.
much. But you're still getting rid of one.
Exactly.
You'd be fine as Harvard giving up a 2.
I
You
don't-
just need to just no big ends if you're Harvard.
Absolutely.
Just want to keep things nice and
Even if
open,
you
nice
let
and easy.
You can get there too, that of course they're after minimum of 2 every time you have the hammer. Doesn't always turn out like that. But even if they get 2, Hammer only have 3 to Harvard's 6. And again, has Jack unlocked the secret that is taking on this very consistently, very accomplished UPenn team?
It looks like the spirit of curling has left their computer.
They haven't.
Oh, they're still. And
I can also say a very fun little mini fact about UPenn curling and their historical, amazing run at college curling, both here and beyond. Of course, we talked about Cody Klauser, who won the tournament 4, maybe even 5 times straight here while he was an undergrad at UPenn. But another UPenn curler, who I believe even learned to curl with the UPenn curling team, Victor Lee, just won a bronze medal at the Pan Asian Games with Chinese Taipei.
Incredible.
Victor Lee, of course, a Broomstones curling member.
absolutely. I think he's coached for me a couple times, or at least given me advice when
He
we do
likely
drills.
has. He likely has. He's also coached for Harvard before at Nationals, I believe, in 2019. So a dear friend to the college curling group here, and of course a great advocate.
Try and clear that however they can, but it's not going to do anything for them.
But it does sit 3rd, which again, any Penn Rock in play, if I'm Harvard,
There's the dings.
again, it's one of those things where you think 6-1, you have nothing to worry about, but this is college curling. Sophie, more than able.
Penn State update on sheet 1 did get a steal of 2, so that game is tied going into the 8th end. Very interesting game from our.
They've been playing very quickly as well.
They have. They are going in their 8th. They are the only team who will be playing an 8th end. Well, no.
No.
Sheets 3 and 4 can play an 8th end,
Yes.
but they're the only team that is currently in their 8th end.
Oh, wow.
If they had time, if it was allowed, they could play 9.
If it was, and you know what? If they tie it up,
Oh,
It
that's
is
still
allowed.
tied, so they'd have to blank it. There's already a blank on sheet 4. Meanwhile, sheet 4, Syracuse sitting a lot. Sitting 3, it looks like. Yale is trying to take some out, given that they're up by 2.
this Yale power team of 3, Daniel just throwing. And if
Oh, and
anything,
it's
a
gonna be
double.
maybe not quite.
Maybe a biter, but their own might be sitting a biter. That's a tricky one. Might need to get the bar and the measure out. I don't even know what to do in that situation. That's for them to worry about. What's Harvard got? Has Harvard set up the double here?
Is that what they're
I
doing?
hope so.
Oh
It'd
god.
be fun.
I mean that's the kind of thing where if you get it, you get it. If you're
And you just don't want UPenn to have rocks.
if you're further narrow, you just clear some stuff.
Great Ivy matchup here today.
Lots of safety schools.
Lots of safety schools on the ice today.
It's a little wide.
Not what you want if you're Harvard.
Might
And a little light.
that yellow
they're
guard
on
even.
that guard.
Yeah.
I'd roll that out, Julia. I honestly would roll that out, Julia, but you don't know to do that, and you weren't told to do that.
Definitely the only result you couldn't want from that. Definitely the very dangerous part about trying to take out from that side.
And Jack does have another rocket again, does not have hammer.
Does
And
not have hammer, but they
even
are.
if that shot's, even if a double is still set up for him, it's still you have to make them. And they are really spread out, and a flash is very easy. Though
Sitting
Harvard's third isn't going anywhere, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, so Penn sitting
Glued on
two.
that yellow.
Well, the result from sheet 4 is still playing.
Looks like Sophie is trying to put a guard up to protect her second shot that Jack just tried to take out.
You know, Sophie also the only female skip out there in our top 4 finals. Too many men skipping in college. You want to talk about it?
Hey, this is we're from RPI. It's mostly
I don't
guys.
see a lot of ladies out there. What's your gender ratio?
It used to be
70-30.
It used to be 70-30, and I think it's approaching 60-40.
But that's like overall. Like the engineering and like computer science is bad. Like I think in computer science it's about
Alright.
90-10.
So you have two.
I believe
two out of
electrical
8 ain't bad,
engineering
is
might
what you're
be.
telling me out there.
Yeah, it's
Maybe have a little bit of work.
it's usually about 1 or 2 female players at RPI. A couple of years ago, I think there were
Love
3.
that for them, and that's a great shot in terms of limiting the ability of a double for Jack. Jack looking at the hit and roll now on the wider out yellow to his right.
Just get rid of something and stick.
Brand,
Jack.
I think you could
Brand
still.
talking through some angles with
I
him.
think the triple is there.
These two grad students on Harvard's back end as the young undergrads look on, hopefully retaining a lot of new information from this weekend.
Who do you think is the advantage, graduate students or undergrads?
That's
All years being equal.
all years being. I really think it depends what schools and programs you're a part of. I know MIT, my alma mater, definitely it's agreed that undergrad is much harder than grad student life, although of course that varies by program. Although I think most schools would say grad programs are harder than undergraduate programs.
It's like Jack is going for the tap roll. Kind of bumped his right into the yellow. I don't know if the angle's there to be sitting after the shot though.
No, and that's actually kind of dangerous because if you do that,
I went to talk with another Broomstones College League volunteer, and Alex Hull says, if he's doing what I think he's doing, I don't like the call. Not what you want to hear.
yeah, no, it's
I don't
it's
want
too
to remove
risky.
that yellow backing. I absolutely do not want to remove that yellow backing and leave Sophie a double. And that leaves Sophie a double. What's he up to?
But looks like she's just gonna try and.
I don't know if that doubles. It's a little risky there.
No, I think honestly, given they got kind of lucky where that plays because I don't think
Guess
you
you
can throw enough
get
weight
that
to get that
yellow
over.
out?
Yeah.
Maybe he's playing 5D chess out there.
Honestly,
Maybe we are just mortals.
that was definitely a riskier shot, but they did seem to land it about where you need it.
Again, I just
given that
need-
their two are basically frozen to each other.
I just need Jack to be free to
You
sweep
need to
my
throw.
rocks later.
You need to throw a ton of weight to clear both reds, and one of those is just going to go into the yellow. So.
They're lucky how. I feel like that's borderline what I'd want.
Yeah.
Evan, Mulaney, and Alex, the 2 other volunteers at the college curling programs, in hushed murmurs.
Not joining us in the commentary booth.
That might be for the best. Of the confidence of our dear.
Hear me commentate. You can listen to the 10 p.m. draw.
Alex says if you're interested in hearing some of his opinions, the 10 p.m. draw, him and me after, again, very, very little sleep, might be of interest to you. What's Sophie up to here? Just trying to draw the
Try
board?
and draw and get 2,
I don't
I
hate that shot.
think. I don't think
They
I don't think
it's
she has
light.
anything else.
They think it's light.
Yeah, super throwing it all the way.
It looks fine to
Looks
me.
pretty
If
close.
anything, I think they might want to rub up there.
Yeah, they
but
can
low.
totally.
They're smart
Just want to
enough.
drag it
They can
as far as they can get
They
it.
can absolutely see better than we can, and they're not gonna get it. They're just gonna get 1.
Maybe 2. Those are
No
close.
way.
So it looks
Oh,
like
don't
red.
measure with your brooms.
Don't measure with your brooms, guys.
Okay, yeah, we know that one. Are they gonna take out the device? Don't do it, Mike.
It definitely looks
Don't
like red from
stop
here.
measuring with your
Mike?
broom.
We'll talk about it later. Sophie, stop them. Bryn, stop them. You're both Canadians. You know what's up.
Okay,
Did they say 1?
they said 1 after a broom measure.
I only teach them so much
Guys.
we get here, huh? Although maybe the Canadian... No, there's no way that... USA fully Control-C, Control-V's.
medal.
That's not what I meant to do.
Oh my gosh. Control your hands.
I'm
Keep your
trying.
hands to yourself. Don't ask Wii Sports, man.
Wii Sportsman is
And as we move into the final end, Harvard absolutely, probably a dream situation for them coming into this A event final.
absolutely. You're
Up by 4
up 4
with
with.
hammer.
I will keep this this stuff here. My downloads are on sports.
Yeah, you really need to utilize them. We're on our last end for our feature sheet here.
I'm gonna have to. I'll break out music a little too.
You have it all, huh? You have it all figured out. What draw do you guys play tonight?
8:30.
You guys get a nap between?
Maybe. We'll see.
You'll deserve it. You've been great volunteers here this weekend.
We've been working under Dan the Iceman.
Oh, the dream.
It's a fun volunteering gig, I gotta say.
You've been
It's-
going deep on their initial attempt at a center guard.
Oh, come on, Harvard.
Harvard just
No.
got through
Throw
it!
it through.
Jack!
Throw at that one, hope for the takeout. Oh my god.
Jack, oh my god.
You've got a lot of discussions to have with this man. I mean, they're playing well, but still.
Okay, my main discussions will be absolute admiration. Eventually, during Broomstocking night, may move into an analysis of this last end play.
Yeah, this is a situation where you go for your lead.
Oh,
You say,
put up the center guard for them. No, it'll come in.
just sweep it in, please. At least. Okay.
We'll keep it above T if you want.
Okay.
If you're gonna do it. Oh, T.
Okay. I mean, better than the.
Sticking
It's
with-
better than the guard.
Knowing a center guard is key to.
I think
Fighting
that
off
other
the
scenario is one where you can just say to your lead, like, we're gonna try and take this yellow out, but if you miss, that's also really good for us.
I love that.
Yeah, get your lead some takeout experience.
Exactly.
It's fun.
I personally haven't worked with Julie on her takeouts. I'm not sure if she's had the opportunity to yet during one of her practices with us.
That's gonna get over, and it will be
Maybe
guarding
center guard
theirs.
again, or corner guard, kind of over their own, but
I just draw the outside if I'm Harvard.
I don't know what you want, right? Like, again, should they just throw through? Maybe, but that's not a bad secondary if you're
But
already
they're
in this
gonna come
situation.
they're gonna come from the left side, which is
What's wrong with it?
That's not bad.
Draw down to it.
You either draw down, do
For their next shot, they can take out the guard, but not this shot because of the 5-round free guard set. It's looking
Really light though.
I mean, tackle? It's really hard to tell from all the way up here.
That's very true.
It's much easier to tell from the ice where it's going, like sweeping position where it's going, then as a skip where it's going, then from a warming where it's going, and there we go.
That's going to be a lovely
Beauty.
shot.
All right, clear. Evan Mulaney over here. Clear White's not on the mic right now. Little concerned about some of the.
Nice in.
It didn't hit.
Went in.
It's not a hit. What?
Nice in.
Nice in.
That's what it says?
Yeah.
When does Wii Sports say that?
I have no idea.
Probably for golf.
Golf?
Well, yeah, all these are golf
Why
sounds.
is it nice in and not it's in?
Because they don't do...
Because it's nice.
Because it's nice.
All right, back to the curling. Might set up a double, but I don't know if I'm Sophie, I'd be a little concerned throwing a double. But it looks like I might actually know what she's going for.
Yeah, I have so many of these
think
are
she
related
might
to golf.
be
It's really
Hoping
unfortunate.
for
Though
the
I
double
feel like...
here, and there goes Will. Was Will the one with the nice knees from RPI?
Yes. The best
okay.
knees.
But his knees aren't even out. RPI over there has 2 pairs of knees out. How did he win?
Well,
You guys
the
have
power of
weird
his
knees
knees can't
stuff.
be contained.
Oh, and
Whoa! Will!
Chip in.
William Muldowney. From New York City, am I right?
I believe so.
Yes.
Dad.
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn? One of the boroughs. One of the 5.
I think Brooke.
He definitely, I remember him having the accent.
I believe it's Brooklyn.
We should get him up here commentating if there are any more games to commentate. Hear about his experience transferring over to UPenn. Jack also calling potentially for the double, but I don't know if Angelo necessarily has that up weight. So the weight is still maybe
He just threw real wide.
real wide.
Might get a piece.
Nope.
No.
It's all the way through.
He was 4
You
feet
can tell
wide
the
or
3
something.
of us are all on different lines. Oh my gosh! If it is Quinn.
Quinn, welcome back.
Notre Dame
He
curler.
was here earlier.
Was he?
I
Yeah.
popped up for
Another former RPI curler now in Notre Dame.
Yeah. What's up with RPI? The RPI curler exodus to other competing schools.
It's
I mean,
probably
I
a
understand-
function of the administration of RPI.
Woof.
Oof.
We don't have time to unpack all of that. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, look at RPI 1 setting up an absolute textbook first 2 lead rocks.
Exactly.
There comes William. You ever call him that?
William Muldowney. Yeah, sometimes.
RPI curling have they gone too far? Thoughts?
In what regard?
Introducing too many great curlers.
I think they should produce more.
They may have girl balls a bit close, too close to set.
Look, the way I see it, the more good RPI curlers that are created.
I'm setting up a Christmas tree on hometown hero Jack Hortus. Gotta remove some rocks, Jack. No!
The upstairs is very not happy with this
All
call.
3 of the Broomstones College curling volunteers, including the 3 members that will be curling
Okay,
back
he's
at 4 p.m.
he's finally
oh my God, Jack.
decided to
Okay.
make the right call,
Again, the 3 of us
but
have
from the
to-
wrong side.
The 3 of us love Jack. We curl with him on a team because that's how much our adoration goes for him. That's how much we value his curling ability. But
And he's gonna throw real outside and just gonna throw the other line.
Curling. Please curl.
Please,
Push it. Push it, Brent. No, you cannot. Oh, they're not gonna get enough of it, even if they
Well, there's
do.
just not enough weight. Oh, can they get
Okay.
it? Or is that? Oh!
Oh! The war room up here is not biased in any sort of way towards Harvard.
At this point, you know what? We've got what? Former MIT people, several most of these members are Broomstones members, so people rooting for the home team.
And again, I just want broomstocking tonight with the 3 of us and Jack to go smooth sailing. I want Jack to have utmost confidence as we go to defend our our 5-0 record.
Well, earlier I had said to Jack.
What did you say to him? Because what's happening? Is this
well,
you?
No, this isn't me. I came up to him before that game started and I said, first of all, congratulations on making it to the A final. Second of all, how dare you?
Whoa.
Because he beat RPI.
Yeah, but so did you, Penn. Did you say the same to Sophie?
I did say the same to Will.
Fair enough.
Specifically Will because of his former RPI. And also, I believe I have never spoken to Sophie ever.
Oh, wow. She's very, very nice. Very, very kind.
No, I just haven't interacted with this incarnation of Penn pretty much ever.
Interesting.
I just haven't played against him.
Evan Mulaney on our first Friday night actually closed off the lights in our ice house on Sophie before she was able to make it off after a late draw. It's all right. Some unnamed hero volunteer went on and turned them off and helped her on her way out. Not that she, didn't have it completely under control. Jack calling the heavyweight hit through the court. They're sweeping it.
It's close.
They're sweeping it. They need to go.
And it's going to ship up. Oh
But it
my
opens
God.
it up.
Oh.
Oh my God. Evan says that was now the right call.
It looks like the game on sheet 1 is finished with Penn State able to sit to winning the B event final.
Oh my gosh, it was so funny. It was so funny. We got in Red Rocks all the way up to like semifinals. And then
So you're just going to draw another end. Oh my God. This A event game has become very interesting very quickly.
Meanwhile, the comeback by RPI 1 continues.
Yeah, but RPI 2 did nail a very nice sort of heavy draw just to chip the yellow over behind the guard. Now they're just going to take it out. Hopefully get a roll in if possible. Looking good. Looking good. Just going to roll the other way though. Ross going to try to take that out, but it is going to sit. It's going to cam back in.
We have someone watching cheering on RPI 2.
Oh.
They are in a good situation, but not wonderful.
Take them down, Ben. Sure, Ross was blocked.
Here we come. Bryn's second shot. Just need to get rid of some of these pin stones, and he will get at least one and sit.
And he will sit.
Which is nice. It is in a place where Sophie can certainly remove it.
We'll see. Yes.
She's got to be careful not to take her own stone on as well.
I'm concerned you lose the shooter.
That is also a definite concern. I think you have to come down with like control weight.
Yeah.
It looks like the RPI teams are just trading hits to see who can sit.
And eventually one might get, oh no, bit of a fall from there's tired Yale team of 3.
Wide on the side of RPI 2.
You really want to get that just
Gonna hope that it
perfect
goes
hit
over.
roll so that we can stop this hit game, but that won't
Just
be
gonna
it.
chip it a little further in, not good.
It's still mostly
more-
open if you're
A little closer
right-handed.
to the guards, yeah.
RPI 2, their front end is using former RPI 1 broom, or former RPI grad brooms.
You know, we have seen,
Orange broom on their, I think that's
as
their
this
leaders.
goes on,
Mine.
Sophie needing 4 to tie and take it to the extra end, but it has been the hometown hero so far, seeming to consistently push Broomstones to that extra end.
She needs to make this shot now.
Of course, thank you to our 30
sitting
folks
3.
watching live right now. I'm sure plenty of UPenn, RPI, and Harvard alums. I'm sure Harvard too watching after a very, very great weekend here. Lots of great curling for a lot of folks new to the Broomstones College curling program.
And
Skipped under Chris King.
we did not update on it from earlier. We were talking about Penn State Hamilton going very quickly. Penn State did manage the comeback. They were down 5-2.
Are we gonna round that guard?
Winning
Oh.
7. Winning
But
7.
winning a
Oh,
7-5.
okay.
roll.
Still.
They're still potentially set up to get the 4 they need, but they only have one more shot.
And if you're Jack, oh no.
Another fall on sheet 3 in the second to last maybe minute's time. Something might be going on out there. The curlies might be getting too hot, making it too slick.
She looks okay. She's laughing it off. I think they were just joking around on the ice.
Just having a bit of a...
I mean, the fall wasn't intentional, of course.
Maybe it was a pratfall.
Maybe.
You never know.
They're just having a
So,
good time.
Harvard making choices here. You know, if I was making some choices for Harvard, I might think about a freeze on a yellow, so it's hard to remove. I might think about splitting the house. I might think about, hitting out one of the yellows so they literally don't have 4 rocks to use. I might think about a lot of things, but it's about what Jack wants to throw.
It looks like he wants to throw a draw.
From that side, too. Not the split house, not
Oh
the
my
freeze
God.
on the yellow. Yeah, just throw it from there, I guess.
The one shot the upstairs is not happy with. We have three members just circling. I'm getting confused stares from other members on the
And
side.
his rock is away.
Oh, Jack.
Oh, Jack.
Oh.
Trying his best to.
Honestly,
That's
looks
a
like
little
he's
light.
bit wide. I'm still sweeping for the freeze, please. You don't have to agree with him, guys. Bryn.
Okay, this might end up short of the house.
You don't want a guard. All right.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's Sophie's last, so. Guard.
Honestly, being light is the last thing you want to be there.
Yeah, and so he
Last
just
thing
has
you
to
wanna be there,
remove
Jack.
the rock and keep her shooter around to tie it up and go into an extra end.
Oh my
I
God.
will again, Jack, very valued member of Broomstones, Harvard Curling, everyone here today. I don't know a soul that isn't a huge fan of Jack. Also, some really great parents, I'm sure, are also watching out in Chicago.
We cry because we care.
It's true.
Very, very questionable calls for the
Oh,
play
wow.
of this last end.
We have former college curler and former Harvard skip Jack Schroeder watching in. For a long time, Jack Schroeder and Jack Court is playing on the same team front end. Very hard to call directional sweeping on that one.
I can imagine.
Can't we all? Oh, there's Angela. Will I get my wave from Angela? Yes! Yes!
And we
That's-
get away from Sophie on the way back too.
That's a double dub.
That's great.
Double win for us in the commentary booth. But former Harvard president Jack Schroeder cheering on his club, maybe also having some opinions on some of the calls, but
So she has to hit this rug just
to
right
go
of
for
nose.
an extra end.
To
There's
just-
a huge risk of jam.
Exactly. You
Or
have the
hitting her
jam
around.
and you have the risk that your shooter might still out.
Well, not only that, but hitting her yellow on the back if she hits nose or anywhere low.
So we got this last rock coming here from UPenn. I'm getting the soundboard ready for whatever happens.
There it
Sweepers
goes.
are on it right away.
Harvard can only watch.
That looks
Looks decent.
wide.
I might sweep it.
Very close.
It's
I might sweep.
Yeah, you need to sweep it.
It's curling a bit too much though.
No.
Oh, but it might go through.
Oh my god.
And we
What's
have
happening?
some bonus curling.
Exactly as planned.
Just like we drew it up. A great shot by. Oh wait, they have another rock? Whoa. Do you ever forget that Jack has hammer? Do you ever forget that you have hammer at all ever?
Oh, Jack has hammer. I forgot about
Jack, I
that.
swear
Jack,
to God.
just hit something.
No, don't hit anything.
Oh, just get something in. Do something.
If you go, okay, this is a part where line call is huge. There are places where you can go for boards that you make for yourself. Is Jack going for the comfort hit?
I mean, to
pro
be fair,
shot.
down the middle there, if you can keep it where you need it, if you're
If you can
wide,
keep it
you
where you need it.
You have one on the wide, you have one on the
But
narrow.
that's absolutely right. If I can be wide and still knock a rock out, I'm not giving that Broom.
Right, yeah, I would give
I'm not giving that Broom.
I would give Broom.
You can argue with him.
I would give way more Broom than that. Give an extra 6 inches at least. Oh my god. Harvard knows how to make a game interesting. Most of us are on our feet here in the booth. I can't even sit down anymore.
Like, Harvard loves making the Broomstones. Oh my god!
What happened?
You just need a piece. You just need a piece. Oh my god. He really made us.
I can't put it. So,
Huge sigh from the home audience. Are they playing another? Oh my god, they're playing another.
wasn't that their last end?
Sometimes in the final here at Broomstones, as long as they agree, it's not like we're waiting for another draw to start.
That's fair.
And if Harvard's okay with it, and Penn's okay with it, which I would be, is definitely. Do I wish this game would end, Isaac? Yes.
I wish this game would end, and I don't even have a horse in this race.
How's RPI doing?
RPI is doing well against RPI.
Meanwhile, we have the final around sheet 4. Syracuse stealing 2 against Yale to just nudge them out. Syracuse winning the C events final.
Fantastic
against
result.
A Yale team playing with 3, doing their absolute most over there.
Syracuse off to a rocky start at the beginning of this field, but definitely managed to pull it back at the end and definitely hung in and very back and forth game on sheet 2.
So now,
Okay.
down, up 1 with. Mini Skips would dream of this situation.
Going for the
We're
corner
near
guard.
final. Isaac is on his knees, head on hand.
I guess it's just been drilled into
think
Jack
he was
to
God.
throw the corner guard whenever he has hammer. But in this situation, I don't think that's the right
No,
call.
in this situation, you either draw in or you take that out. Oh my god. Jack knows how to make a game interesting. Tiring. I'm gonna go get some food.
I'm gonna go get some
You can claim the
snackies.
headset for a little bit
I
if
don't
you
want
want
the
it.
headset. It hurts my ears, but
Oh,
I
it's-
will because I
it's
do love.
very uncomfortable.
I do love listening to myself.
I need a break.
Literally, commentators dropping like flies, needing a break from this intense A event final. You can't write drama like this, James.
No, you can't. This is better than anything on TV.
And again, the U.S. Olympic qualifiers or Olympic trials, who the U.S. will send to Beijing. Will it be John Schuster and his gold medal team again? Who's to say? Again, lots of members from Broomstones curling in that. Monica Walker on Team Sinclair, former Penn curler Cody Klauser playing for Team Dunham. Alex Lecter, I think playing for Team Persinger on the men's side, also Broomstones. Broomstones obviously breeding a lot of amazing curlers, including the 3 you see from Harvard. I don't know if we can fully claim Bryn the Vice on Harvard. Did learn in Toronto, but here now.
We nurtured them, you know.
Again, you're right, we're nurturing. We're nurturing his a talent he gained across the border.
It looks like the RPI game is finished, and RPI 1 has come out on top.
We do have another, not only hometown fans in the ice, but hometown fans in the chat. Melissa also cheering on Harvard from the live stream. Hey Evan, how you doing?
Hi there.
Sophie looking to guard her rock.
Yes,
that is
Kelsey?
on the top of the
Might be
four
having a
foot.
few at Broomstacking tonight.
I would concur.
Yeah.
Rock looks pretty
Again.
close.
Jack just needs to not have...
Trying to push it over.
Just get rid of
Trying to get it to curl as much as possible.
any rocks in play. Aren't really great
Just
for
letting it
him.
finish.
He
Oh,
wants an open draw at the end. It's pretty decent. There is
Nice
a bit
shot.
of a port, but again, Angelo not really used to making those dramatic upweight shots, but honestly, any kind of appeal on those shots, also good.
he's
Jack
calling
going the
the
hack weight. Not sure of the lines there, and according to our few of the other Harvard coaches, also not very confident.
Yeah,
Jack, I'm sorry for when you listen to this back. You're one of the best people I know. And I know you're.
in this position, you don't really care if you're sitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to clear anything in the house.
That looks a bit more than hack to me. Out of hand, of course, very hard to tell from up here. Sweep it. It looks decent. I'd still sweep it. Actually looks great. Oh my god, Angelo!
Oh my god.
And the roll under claps from the warm room. Absolute legend, Angelo. Maybe it wasn't the sweater that was lucky.
Maybe not.
Maybe it's just pure talent and ability, and clearly great coaching.
Of course, you can't forget about the coaching.
Jack, love them.
Sophie looks like she's calling a similar shot, just the other way.
And again, I think a lot of us, beyond being the hometown favorites, naturally, UPenn has won this spiel many, many times in just the last 6 years. I think 5, if not 4 of those last 6.
Oh, looks like it'll have to be like an angle run back.
They'll get rid of their own. And that only helps Jack, opens it up. But yeah, it's easy with someone with, like, as we said, Sophie's curling ability, her curling experience. It's easy to see Harvard as the underdogs. But again, Harvard, Jack Hortis being the only full-time Broomstones member here, curling 3 days a week on this ice. Maybe that's helped him out, get that real home ice advantage. Jack adjusting his line just here.
Looking to just guard that rock.
Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks like he tapped.
This might be hard for Angelo again. I think a third-year player has been able to come out in
Looks
time, but
very
adjusting
narrow.
from that heavy weight to a guard at that, very tricky.
Yeah, this rock looks a little narrow, might over curl.
Even if they do a slight, it looks all right for a guard. You might even, I don't know what I'm doing at the moment. Just watch it go down.
Yeah, it doesn't do a whole lot.
Unfortunately, it loads that yellow rock that if Sophie can come at that with enough weight, that yellow rock is absolutely loaded to take out Harvard's red rock that is currently sitting 1. You might see that's a situation where you would want to sweep it, just like even if it comes to rest on that yellow, you want the angle it comes to rest on different.
Sophie's calling like the back line weight to try and just bump this red rock out. Again, she wants to move this stone before Jack is able to put up a guard.
Depending on the weight, maybe not enough space for a roll under.
It's really
It's
hard to get a
possible.
good roll under.
It's possible, but
It
pretty
really
hard.
needs to curl.
And again, really hard for newer curlers to really
I don't think it's going to make it to it.
weight control in general very tricky, but also to have weight control on hits even trickier. A lot of times it's like takeout weight, and then learning that there are a lot of takeout weights you can be
yes.
throwing. Hack aboard, control where you can just control it with the
And it
broom,
makes
but it's
a
pretty
huge
fast. What did
difference.
he do? What did he do? What did he do? Oh God.
I think he's calling the guard again.
The outside.
Evan Mulaney, very experienced skip, saying just throw it through. You don't need a rock in play. You don't want
This
more
looks like a
space
better
on the
Brock.
I mean, it's
Might bump
what
off of their
he
red.
It's what he wants.
Yep.
And
Can you see enough? No, you don't have to see very much. Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah, if you're Sophie here, you have to take out these reds. Maybe even hit both of those reds.
I don't think I think the double is just slightly not there from my angle.
Oh, I'm not talking about the double. You hit both of those reds up top.
Clear it up.
Yeah, clear it up, and maybe you even bump your yellow closer. That's in the house already.
They do. Pen does have hammer. Usually,
Another.
just kidding. Harvard has hammer. Pen doesn't have hammer.
Right.
Usually, you don't want an open house if your team doesn't have hammer. You don't want to leave Jack the open draw. Jack has had pretty good weight, draw weight this tournament, but it's one thing to be drawing for earlier on in the A event bracket when you're at the finals in an extra end. Last draw, extra end that wasn't even supposed to theoretically be played from our initial time rolls.
Yeah.
You really don't want to have to draw again. Open draw, hard to shot. You got
For the takeout, but it looks like they're wide, really wide.
You're trying to push it over.
It's not going to make it there. It's
not
just too
gonna
much
make
weight.
it. It's too much weight. Does not have time to curl over. A little spinny as well. Lots of spin also. And Sophie just kind of does a sigh, wanting a little more from her front end that has not had a lot of easy shots to make, to be fair.
No.
Has been curling pretty admirably. But at the same time not leaving her really too many easy, if even makeable shots for her last two.
Depending on where this card ends up, you might want to just start trying to draw as if you're Sophie.
But again, reducing the scoring area for Sophie isn't going to help. She needs two to win.
She just needs one to tie and go into another end.
Another end that theoretically shouldn't be played. But that's not us. I really don't mind going to fully when it's the event final, even if, like, time is relative. It is a social construct.
How poignant.
We're not waiting. There are no juniors coming in today, like there usually are on Sunday
It's like
afternoons.
Sophie's looking at that run back. Going for the
Alright.
draw. Yeah, going for the draw.
Sophie's now going, alright, skips deuce. This is how I do it. Again, even a steal would go to the extra. I really like this call by Sophie. I do think it's time.
Coming back to the commentary booth.
Yeah.
I've calmed down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Get a little bit of
I just need sugar. I just need some sugar. I had some Pop
dropping a
Tarts.
little bit. Some Pop-Tarts. What flavor?
Strawberry, that's all we had.
And what's your preferred flavor?
Maple brown sugar. So I'm not a big Pop Tart fan from sugar. But I just needed the sugar.
It is just kind of dessert, weirdly disguised as a nutritious whole breakfast.
Yeah, interesting fact actually.
Yes.
The frosted Pop Tarts are more healthy for you than the unfrosted Pop Tarts.
Why? What do you mean healthy?
As in, they're less unhealthy.
Well, what terms are we?
Like there's more
Calories,
sugar,
sugar.
there's more calories and sugar in an unfrosted Pop Tart.
A lot of frosting.
Is it because the filling's bad and more filling?
I think there's
buttercream frosting.
I think
It's
it's not
all
additive. I think
sugar
there's
and
more.
butter.
There's more of the like. I guess you'd call it dough on the unfrosted one.
Sophie's not curling the way she'd wanted to.
Very well.
Going to the back. Don't want it behind T either. I would be surprised if Jack didn't just try to hit this out.
Please, Jack.
Can't let her have the opportunity to get two.
God. You take it out. Try not to hit and roll to give her
You'd have
something to
to
stick to.
have
What
to-
are you doing? What are you even gesturing to? Yeah. Thank you, Bren. Thank you, Bren. I'm sure this is also Jack, to be fair. But Bren
Evan-
making sure to talk Jack out of, wild, crazy choices.
One of the could be biggest mistake of his life.
And even though Sophie... Oh! I agree with that as well. Wow.
Evan
That's
is
the call.
saying to go for the guard on that path, which
That's
would
right.
definitely.
Sophie just threw this, or you'd hope she'd know how to adjust it. Bren's sweeping off the path for a skip.
Just you need it to. At this point, this is the kind of thing where you, as the skip, need to think, what is my opponent's win condition?
Yeah.
And how can I stop that?
You just can't go heavy. Give her something to draw to. And I don't... At this point, I really don't see a shot to get that yellow at the top of the 12. Even though it's loaded on that red, I don't see a way to get to that red with enough weight to get that
sure.
yellow.
That is
to the
real
red.
heavy.
There's possibly enough room to get through to that hill.
Honestly, I don't... They might have the sweeping to freeze.
Don't
Not at this
just
point.
don't sweep it.
Not
Let
at
it
this
sit
point, they
where it
don't.
is.
Oh, Jack.
There are
A
worse
little less than I
results, but
Now, if this was, say, a huge tournament final, money on the line, Sophie does have to make a choice. What does she want? Does she want to just go for the one and play the extra? Or
Sophie's
do we go for
choice.
the double for 3? Like, it's not possible to make that double for 3. But
What do you mean
Sophie-
3? You mean 2?
You'd have to
No.
slash across that. There's.
Oh, that one.
You'd go for a slash. That would be a hell of a shot to call.
Like, that
but
is the drama, but she
It's
has
not-
elected to
It's
just...
not a terrible shot.
draw
I
to
mean,
the front.
after getting one very big end steal and needing to get another one here, I mean, you just would feel, I would think, as Sophie, that you just have the momentum and you can just play as is.
You draw
So
to
just gonna
forfeit
draw.
to force the extra end.
See what
a lot of
happens
pressure
here.
on this shot.
This could very
A
well
lot
just be
of
the
pressure
last
on
shot
this shot.
of this spiel. On the other sheet, I don't
Sophie
think, did we
playing
mention the result of 3?
absolutely,
Yeah, we did. RPI won.
Sophie playing an absolutely amazing tournament, cruising through to the A event final.
But A event final, anything can happen. That looks.
From up here, it looks heavy.
Yeah, it looks a little heavy. Line is good though.
Oh, it's about to, it's gonna,
It's starting to curl.
get on it, get on it.
Oh, coming
Starting
down
to
now.
curl.
Yeah.
It's curling a lot.
Sophie begging for her curlers to put everything they have into
And
it.
it's gonna
It's
crash.
just light.
And that
Will be the
is
last shot
going
of the
to be
tournament.
the game.
There are handshakes. Jack Cordes
So.
may be one of the only skips in college curling to have 2 wins against Sophie from UPenn after an amazing game. And look at the home team! Jack thanks his front ends for an amazing sweep, an amazing weekend, amazing shots.
Absolutely. And
Hometown heroes at Broomstones for the first time in quite a while. Jack can't even believe it himself. He is taking home the world trophy. First place, champions of the Broomstones Bonspiel.
You earned a gold medal.
And huge cheers from the warm room. Absolutely amazing game. Isaac, James, any final thoughts, comments, concerns?
You know, it was a closer game than I thought it would be. It was looking like Harvard was going to run away with it.
And then it looked like they might have just botched it.
Possibly.
Again, Harvard always giving us the drama that I look for.
It's never a straightforward game with Harvard.
that was definitely That was a more interesting game than it had any right to be. That's what I would say.
I think.
I'm glad
as
they
we
pulled it
always
out at
say,
the end.
Anything can happen in college curling,
Absolutely.
especially at this Bonspiel. So, as Evan Mulaney takes the ice to go clean up, prepare for his 4 p.m. drop, and to, of course, congratulate his Sunday night second, I think we are going to sign off
Absolutely.
for this.
And there's
Tournament.
only one way we can end this after a fantastic commentary.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
We
joining
hope to
us.
see you all again next year at the 2022 College Curling Bonspiel at Broomstones. This has been Kelsey, Isaac, and James signing off.
Signing off.
Oh, unless we, well, actually, we can do one of each. We can do one of each.
One with and then the rest of them.
Yeah. So that the one we post on social media is Harvard appropriate. The Boston team hasn't won the Broomstones Spiel in a long time.